NATO has never been stronger and more purposeful. Again, not as a threat to Russia, but as an alliance that stands to defend our countries against potential aggression. It is a sad, sorry state that Russia is doing this, and it's likewise sad that Russia is finding those willing to parrot its propaganda.
So right after the explosion happened, the U.S. government is very vocal in calling for a thorough investigation to find out the culprit. But right now, it appears that apart from repeated and simple denials, you didn't seem to have given some substance. You didn't substantiate your counter-argument to the claims from Mr. Hersh. And I'm saying this because the international community is calling for some explanation, including some members of the Parliament of the European Union. So I'm wondering if you have anything to elaborate further.
I would be happy to hear from you or Mr. Hersh or anyone how it is the United States could go about proving a negative. If anyone can explain that to me, I would be happy to listen. The broader broader point here is that there is an independent investigation that you alluded to. The United States is not a party to this investigation because there are countries on whose sovereign territory this attack occurred, and we're deferring it to them to conduct this investigation. Ian?
Can I just go back to China or Russia for just 1 second? I mean, the U.S. has been talking to China and warning for months now about not providing any of this aid to Russia. I'm just wondering if it says anything about the U.S. ability to influence China or to have open lines of communication with China, that China has sort of gone ahead and done this anyway.
Well, no, to be very clear.
Reassuring a special collection of NATO nations that the U.S. understands the very real impacts of the war in Ukraine. Biden greeted by leaders from Poland, Slovakia, and Romania, who along with Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, and Lithuania make up what's called the Bucharest Nine. Many worry Putin could take military action against them next if he succeeds in Ukraine.
As NATO's eastern flank, you're on the front lines of our collective defense, and you know better than anyone what's at stake in this conflict, not just for Ukraine, but for the freedom of democracies throughout Europe.
NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg also meeting with Biden and the Bucharest Nine as President Putin meets with top Chinese diplomat Wang Yi. Many are watching these meetings for signs Beijing might offer stronger support to the Kremlin. Putin going so far as to say Moscow is looking forward to hosting China's president in Russia.
International relations are difficult. The cooperation on the international arena between China and Russia has a very big significance for the stabilization of the international situation.
As the conflict in Ukraine approaches the 1-year mark, there appears to be no clear end game.
We have to talk about peace talks, how to end this conflict. You know, the patience of the American people, the patience of Congress is not unlimited. The amount of money we're spending for these weapons in Ukraine, this is not going to continue.
This is President Biden's final day in Eastern Europe. His administration is set to impose new sanctions on Moscow next week. In Warsaw, Poland, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
All right, more news from the White House. 2024 is definitely heating up as more candidates throw their hats into the ring. Biden may or may not run, and some Democrats could be prepping behind the scenes. Here's more from Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard.
The race for the White House is on, with some officially in and others testing the waters. In Iowa, Senator Tim Scott is doing everything except announcing a run.
We need new leaders who will lift us up, not tear us down.
Thank you. After officially launching her campaign, Republican Nikki Haley has traveled to 3 early voting states, Iowa, New Hampshire, and South Carolina. Republican entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy also jumped in, and former President Trump rallied with his supporters in East Palestine today, the Ohio town dealing with the aftermath of a toxic train crash.
Have a good time, everybody.
For Democrats, the field is still empty. Self-help author Marianne Williamson has teased a major announcement next weekend, but there are others waiting in the wings if the incumbent decides not to run. However, President Biden still has not said what he'll do.
He's focused on business. He's focused on the economy.
He's not focused on running. And we're ready to run with Joe Biden.
And there may be a strategy for why the president has not announced yet.
The longer he is seen as president and the shorter the period of time he's seen as a candidate, the shorter the period of his vulnerability and the greater the opportunity to build a strong base before he becomes yet another politician.
According to an NPR Marist poll, President Biden's approval rating among adults is at its highest in almost a year. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, a huge thank you to our Fox News correspondent, Lauren Blanchard, for bringing us that update from Washington. The time here quickly approaching the 7:15 mark, 7:07 to be exact. Let's go ahead and take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll bring you all up to speed on more top stories right after this. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox as we take this Live Now look from our XRAD weather forecast. Bitter, cold, blizzard conditions and dangerous wind gusts expected to impact multiple states as a massive storm system makes its way across the nation. Here's more.
It's cold. It feels really cold. Yeah, it's freezing.
A massive coast-to-coast winter storm making its way across the country is impacting millions of Americans this week. Whiteout snow conditions, dangerous wind gusts, and bitter cold shutting down roadways, schools, and businesses in multiple states. Interstate highways from Arizona to Wyoming were closed Wednesday, while in California, more than 88,000 people were left without power due to toppled trees and power lines.
It's very frustrating. It's been a long time since I've had to sleep in an airplane.
According to FlightAware, the storm has already canceled some 1,500 flights and delayed some 3,800 others. That number is expected to keep rising. In Sioux Falls, South Dakota, where more than a foot of snow has already fallen, the airport shut down completely.
It could be pretty rough as we get towards the end of the week here.
Schools throughout the Dakotas, Minnesota, and Wisconsin were closed Wednesday ahead of the storm and will likely stay closed. The National Weather Service warning some states could see up to 20 inches of snowfall. Meteorologists also warning temperatures could dip as low as minus 20 degrees in some areas.
Unless you legitimately have a need to be out traveling, to stay home and bunker there if you can. It's not worth the risk to yourself.
While the Northeast has already seen some heavy rains and winds, the storm is expected to bring icy conditions to the region on Friday. In New York, Anna Eliopoulos, Fox News.
Now to former President Jimmy Carter, who is resting at his Plains, Georgia home as he undergoes hospice care. People across the country are now reflecting on his legacy. Let's check in with Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard, who has more.
Friends and supporters of former President Jimmy Carter say his legacy stretches far beyond his time in the White House.
He was more than a president.
After leaving office in 1981, former President Jimmy Carter turned his attention overseas, leading the effort to nearly eradicate a parasitic disease known as guinea worm. His nonprofit, the Carter Center, has worked to provide health education and clean water wells to villages in affected countries. When their efforts began, more than 3 million people in Africa and Asia had the parasite. As of 2022, case numbers have dropped to around a dozen.
His service after his presidency is extraordinary, and we all need to learn from it to give back to humanity as much as we can.
Serving others has been a key part of Carter's legacy. He's the only president to have graduated from the Naval Academy, going on to serve several years before resigning after his father died. He then returned to his hometown of Plains, Georgia, to take over his family's peanut farm. It was there he spent decades helping out his community, most recently as a Sunday school teacher, where he taught about the driving force in his life, his faith.
Everybody loved him. We knew when it all began to get bigger and bigger that we were a mission field, that people came to us and we were their missionaries.
Carter's classes drew hundreds of people to church, some even sleeping in their cars, just to hear him speak. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And if you're just now joining us, thank you so much for streaming Live Now from Fox. Here's a look at several top stories that we are following this morning. I do want to get to the latest when it comes to that TV reporter and 9-year-old girl who have been fatally shot near Orlando, Florida, close to the scene of a murder that the local media was covering just hours early. Let's check in with our local news partners at Fox 35 Orlando for more.
My heart breaks for his family. He loved his mother dearly. Always wanted to make his mom so proud, so proud.
This morning, Good Day Orlando stands with our colleagues at Spectrum 13. And what a tough morning for all of us in the Central Florida journalism community. Our thoughts and prayers with Spectrum this morning as they deal with this tragedy that all of us are feeling. Reporter Dylan Lyons killed yesterday. His photographer Jesse Walden, he is in critical condition this morning. A little bit of good news. We have heard that Jesse is responsive to doctors, so that is good. But thank you so much for being here. A very somber day here on Fox 35 Good Day Orlando. I'm Amy Caulfield.
Amy, good morning. I'm Ronnie Latche. It is a very difficult time for everyone in the community, but certainly in the news community as well. We're going to talk about this and all the different angles to this story. We have kind of the timeline of this as well.
I think why we're hurting so much is just that we know this could have been any one of our crews. And so our thoughts and prayers, of course, with Spectrum this morning, who loved Dylan so very much. And of course, our reporters out in the field, they all work very closely with these other reporters in the field. So this has really had a huge impact on them.
It is a tight community for sure. Let's check in with Amanda McKenzie. She's live outside the jail this morning where the suspect is currently being held.
We've got Randy Hildreth. She is outside Orlando Regional this morning where 2 victims are still fighting for their lives. But we start this morning with Fox 35's David Martin. He is right outside the sheriff's office. And David, you have been in Orlando for 25 years now. And of course, we have lived through some really horrific tragedies, including Pulse. This is just something that hits very close to home.
Yeah, as the sun comes up here, Amy, on the Orange County Sheriff's Office, this is one of those stories that has more questions than answers. And as we try to get to those answers today, it will certainly be a long day as we remember those in our field who, well, had a terrible day yesterday. My thoughts and prayers are with the family, of course, of the reporter, Dylan Lyons, and with Jesse Walden as well. Jesse is great news about the fact that he's responsive, Amy. And let's not forget the fact that many families and friends in Pine Hills, just 2 blocks away from the Orange County Sheriff's Office here, are also racked with just tragic response this morning, right? You had that at 11 o'clock yesterday, a body found in a house, a woman in her 20s. What happened? Well, that's the job of a reporter and a photographer, right? In this case, the Channel 13 news crew went out and stood outside the house to figure out the details of this senseless violence. And in so doing, 5 hours later, ambushed themselves by a shooter. The Sheriff's Department believes the shooter was the same. And of course, that shooter then, we're told, went into another house and randomly shot up them. a mother and a 9-year-old daughter, 9-year-old killed. So we have 3 people dead, 2 severely injured, and a 19-year-old behind bars who the Orange County Sheriff's Department believes is responsible for all 5. That is the recap of yesterday. Now begins the story of how, why, and recovery. We have reporters at the hospital, and we start now with Randy Hildreth, who is at the hospital. Thus, we also have Amanda McKenzie, who's with me as well. But Randy, we're going to start with you. What do you have on the latest regarding the people who just stood in the line of violence yesterday?
As you mentioned, I just want to echo your sentiment. Standing at the hospital, wrapping my mind around what we are learning about what unfolded yesterday, it is certainly some great news to hear that Jesse is responsive to doctors. At last check, he was listed in critical condition. So we are hoping and praying, along with his colleagues, his family and friends, that this is just continued momentum forward in his recovery process. But that photojournalist, that cameraman, a part of that Spectrum News team, Jesse Walden, he has been identified as the photographer involved in that incident yesterday. We do also know that Dylan Lyons is that reporter who was killed. This morning I've been taking some time to look through what Spectrum News has posted about him, what his classmates, former classmates at UCF posted about him, and also listening to what his former professor has said about him, that he was very active in the classroom, was very close to his mother. Here's a little bit of what his professor, how his professor described him.
He was always front and center in every class, always engaged fully 100% in discussions, in debates we would have.
And in a statement from Spectrum 13 News' parent company, Charter Communications, representatives said, quote, "We are deeply saddened by the loss of our colleague and the other lives senselessly taken today. Our thoughts are with our employees, family, friends, and co-workers during this very difficult time. We remain hopeful that our other colleague who was injured makes a full recovery. This is a terrible tragedy for the Orlando community." And as you mentioned, David, he was both of them were in the community doing their coverage, or what we typically do, providing a recap and an update on the shooting that happened earlier that morning. And so this is very difficult for the news community to process, because they were just out doing their jobs. Our thoughts and prayers are with both of them and their families this morning. And then we're also working to find out how the mother of that 9-year-old is doing this morning. At the last update, she was listed in critical condition, but we're hoping that she is doing better this morning. I'll go ahead and send it back to you, David.
Yeah, Randy, you bring up a good point. Just doing the job. A lot of us come out to report on stories in broad daylight, right? You feel there's some sort of cloak of safety when you have the sun up. Not the case yesterday, and a lot of us will avoid covering news at night for that express reason, never thinking, though, that in the daylight this could happen. We have Amanda McKenzie standing by with us live as well here at the Orange County Sheriff's Department with more on the suspect's arrest and what went down starting at 11 o'clock in Pine Hills yesterday. Amanda, good morning to you.
Good morning, David. The suspect, a 19-year-old, is behind bars here at the Orange County Jail, scheduled to make his first appearance, and that's when we might actually hear anything he has to say to the judge about this triple shooting where 3 people were murdered. And the big question anyone would want to ask this person is why, and we may never know why, because something like this should have never happened. The sheriff tells us that he has a long history of criminal offenses to his record in his young age, including many related to gun violence. And Keith Moses is behind bars with detectives working to just figure out what his motive may have been in this case. Now, you can take a look at this photo that was given to us by the sheriff's office. It shows the suspect, Keith Moses, flanked by Orange County deputies wearing a white jumpsuit. It almost appears as though he was giving a smirk on his face. Moses is 19 years old, and even at that age, the sheriff says he has a lengthy criminal history of gun charges, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, burglary, and grand theft. Sheriff Mina says he was located and arrested not long after the second and third shootings. Deputies say he was still armed with a handgun, which they believe to be linked to all 3 deadly shootings.
A very good description was given out. Deputies located him in the exact same clothes that he was wearing during the shootings. And once they did detain him, homicide detectives who were familiar with him from the previous case said, yeah, that's our same guy from the earlier homicide.
Sheriff Mina says investigators are still working to figure out why he shot those two journalists and why he entered that home to shoot a mother and child. He says the suspect is not saying much at this time. Keith Moses is scheduled to go before a judge this afternoon for 3 murder charges. Live in Orlando, Amanda McKenzie. Back to you, David.
Okay, Amanda, thank you very much. Yeah, you mentioned it. A lot of people wondering how a child, honestly, if you think about a 19-year-old, Amy and Ryan, I don't think of that as an adult. As a parent myself, I don't think of a 19-year-old as an adult. I think of him as a child, but he's an adult, and his first appearance reading will certainly reflect that. But how does someone with that kind of history of crime, how does that person walk the streets with the freedom of walking with a gun happen, right? Those are some of the questions we want answered. Did the judicial system do everything it could to keep this community safe? Those will be questions we ask as the weeks progress here. The story is just beginning. And in a time, in an industry when we are full of the ability to talk with words naturally coming to us this morning, a bit tough. Would you agree?
No question, David. I think when we look at all these stories, a lot of them involve guns and a lot of them involve repeat offenders. And you mentioned, how is he walking the street? Monique Worrell, of course, the state attorney, basically said we can't comment on this. We will work with authorities because it's a pending litigation. But one of many questions this morning.
We did hear from Sheriff Mina yesterday, who said that he has a lengthy rap sheet. He listed off a multitude of misdemeanors and felonies. And again, just 19 years old. So you think about such a young life and already has committed so many crimes. It's a heartbreaking situation.
We'll see if we do get more answers during his first court appearance today. Of course, we have seen reaction pouring in really from all across the nation on this.
Here's what our leaders are saying this morning. Orange County Mayor Jerry Deming sharing this statement saying it is, quote, incomprehensible that a journalist has been killed while doing his job and that a child and a young woman have been killed as well. He offers condolences to the victims' families and believes that this is a clarion call for our community to do more to stop this madness. The White House press secretary also sharing her feelings. She wrote, quote, on Twitter, our hearts go out to the family of the journalist killed today and the crew member injured in Orange County, Florida, as well as the whole Spectrum News team.
Orlando Police Department also sending condolences to Spectrum and the family impacted by the tragedy, writing, quote, we value the relationships we have with our media partners as we all serve our communities together, providing critical information. A similar statement from Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood. He adds a little stronger. I don't know how anyone can comprehend what kind of person does this. My heart goes out to the families and all the news media dealing with the loss of a friend and a colleague.
The Seminole County Sheriff's Office also sharing a statement. This is from Sheriff Lima writing, quote, it is hard to put into words our sorrow over a woman and a child and a My News 13 reporter just doing his job, all killed. We continue to pray for the wounded fighting for their lives. And again, a little bit of good news about Jesse. He is the photojournalist who was in the car with Dylan. And we have heard that he is at least responsive this morning, but he is critical and that he will need a lot of care.
Yeah, so certainly keep him in your thoughts and prayers today as he continues to fight, as does the mother involved as well. We're going to take a quick break. On the other side, we've got local headlines as well. We're also going to check in with the Fox 35 Storm team.
Right now, a reminder, of course, you can depend on Fox.
Huge thank you to our Fox 35 Orlando team members. They have several crews on the ground bringing us every angle of this story. And we are learning more about the victim, a Central Florida TV reporter who was killed while reporting at a murder scene in Orlando. Again, he's been identified. Spectrum News 13 announced this morning that its reporter Dylan Lyons was shot on Wednesday afternoon while at the scene of that shooting in Pine Hills, Florida. Lyons died from his injuries. A second crew member with News 13, Jesse Walden, was also shot and is critically injured. We'll be in touch with our Fox 35 Orlando team members again as they are following every update to this story that we receive. We'll continue to follow this throughout the duration of today's programming. But at this time, let's take a 2-minute commercial break. Live Now returns right after this. And good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here is 7:30 a.m. Eastern. We're continuing to bring you all a string of top stories taking place across the nation and across the globe. If you're just now joining us, we are continuing to bring you the latest when it comes to a television reporter and a 9-year-old girl who have been fatally shot near Orlando, Florida, close to the scene of a homicide that took place hours earlier. We are in touch with our Fox 35 Orlando team members to bring you all each and every angle of this story. We're also continuing to follow the aftermath of the Ohio train derailment happening today. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttiegeg will visit East Palestine, Ohio, 20 days after a train derailed, releasing toxic chemicals into the air, ground, and water. So the secretary's visit comes just one day after former President Donald Trump made a significant yet disruptive visit to Ohio. Let's move on to the next story, which is what I'm trying to get at here. We're continuing to follow this disruptive coast-to-coast storm that is set to impact millions of Americans. We are in touch with our Fox 29 Philadelphia team members as well as Fox Weather to bring you all the latest forecast. But at this time, let's switch gears here. I do want to bring you all a story taking place in Washington, D.C. SCOTUS, the Supreme Court, rules that people filing bankruptcy can't use it to avoid paying debt from someone else's fraud. In a unanimous ruling, the Supreme Court said that a California woman could not use bankruptcy protection to avoid the debt from her husband's fraud. So even if she did not know or could not have known about that fraud, it follows a 1985 decision by the Supreme Court that ruled two partners in a New York company were still liable for the debt made by a third party, even though they themselves were guilty or not guilty of any wrongdoing. Switching gears here, let's check in with our Fox News correspondents for the latest business report.
The stock market continues to struggle. It was a mixed Wednesday following Tuesday's sell-off. Many investors are still worried the Federal Reserve will keep raising interest rates because inflation remains high. If you own a home, chances are it's now worth less than it was a few months ago. A new report from the company Redfin says the total value of homes here in the U.S. was $45 trillion at the end of last year. That's a nearly 5% drop from the record high of $47.7 trillion hit in June. And keep your eye on gas prices in the coming days and weeks. They might drop because oil prices continue to slide. In fact, crude has dropped 6 days in a row. It's now around $74 a barrel. That's down more than 6% just this month alone. And finally, here's another sign that money can't buy happiness. A new report on theconversation.com says the 4 habits of happy people are moving or being physically active, being connected to other people, being thankful or having an attitude of gratitude, and owning and spending time with pets. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis.
Moving right along with other top stories, a group of NATO nations who banded together after Russia's annexation of Crimea now on edge watching the war in Ukraine continue. The commander-in-chief, President Biden, saying that this conflict is bigger than Ukraine. Freedom itself is at stake. Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey brings us more from Warsaw, Poland, as he was traveling with the president. So let's go ahead and check in with Peter for the latest.
President Biden reassuring a special collection of NATO nations that the U.S. understands the very real impacts of the war in Ukraine. Biden greeted by leaders from Poland, Slovakia, and Romania, who along with Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, and Lithuania make up what's called the Bucharest Nine. Many worry Putin could take military action against them next if he succeeds in Ukraine.
As NATO's eastern flank, you're on the front lines of our collective defense. And you know better than anyone what's at stake in this conflict, not just for Ukraine, but for the freedom of democracies throughout Europe.
NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg also meeting with Biden and the Bucharest Nine as President Putin meets with top Chinese diplomat Wang Yi. Many are watching these meetings for signs Beijing might offer stronger support to the Kremlin. Putin going so far as to say Moscow is looking forward to hosting China's president in Russia.
International relations are difficult. The cooperation on the international arena between China and Russia has a very big significance for the stabilization of the international situation.
As the conflict in Ukraine approaches the one-year mark, there appears to be no clear end game.
We have to talk about peace talks, how to end this conflict. You know, the patience of the American people, the patience of Congress is not unlimited. The amount of money we're spending for these weapons in Ukraine, this is not going to continue.
This is President Biden's final day in Eastern Europe. His administration is set to impose new sanctions on Moscow next week. In Warsaw, Poland, Peter Ducey, Fox News. President Biden.
All right, looking live from our XRAD weather forecast. The time here is 7:35 on the East Coast, 4:35 on the West Coast. Take a look at how temperatures may be faring in your area. Now, our colleagues at Fox Weather are telling us that millions of Americans need to prepare for the impact of a coast-to-coast storm, which could lead to disruptive temperatures. Here's more.
It's cold. It feels really cold. Yeah, it's freezing.
A massive coast-to-coast winter storm making its way across the country is impacting millions of Americans this week. Whiteout snow conditions, dangerous wind gusts, and bitter cold shutting down roadways, schools, and businesses in multiple states. Interstate highways from Arizona to Wyoming were closed Wednesday, while in California, more than 88,000 people were left without power due to toppled trees and power lines.
It's very frustrating. It's been a long time since I've had to sleep in an airplane.
According to FlightAware, the storm has already canceled some 1,500 flights and delayed some 3,800 others. That number is expected to keep rising. In Sioux Falls, South Dakota, where more than a foot of snow has already fallen, the airport shut down completely.
It could be pretty rough as we get towards the end of the week here.
Schools throughout the Dakotas, Minnesota, and Wisconsin were closed Wednesday ahead of the storm and will likely stay closed. The National Weather Service warning some states could see up to 20 inches of snowfall. Meteorologists also warning temperatures could dip as low as minus 20 degrees in some areas.
Unless you legitimately have a need to be out traveling, to stay home and bunker there if you can. It's not worth the risk to yourself.
While the Northeast has already seen some heavy rains and winds, the storm is expected to bring icy conditions to the region on Friday. In New York, Anna Eliopoulos, Fox News.
Moving right along with top stories this morning. Pete Buttigieg is expected to visit the site of the East Palestine train derailment sometime today. Here's more.
We're not going to leave this community to manage this aftermath alone. We are with you.
The EPA takes charge and orders railroad operator Norfolk Southern to take all available measures to clean up contaminated air and water in the aftermath of the East Palestine, Ohio train derailment. Norfolk Southern is being ordered to foot the bill for the cleaning costs and reimburse the federal government for a new program that provides cleaning services for impacted residents and businesses. If Norfolk fails to follow through, the EPA warns the company will face heavy fines that triple those costs.
In no way, shape, or form will Norfolk Southern get off the hook for the mess that they created.
The EPA is also promising to continue air and water testing despite data showing both are safe. To ease concerns over safety, both EPA Administrator Michael Regan and Ohio Governor Mike DeWine drank a glass of tap water during a tour of East Palestine early Tuesday. The visit included talks with local residents still fearful of long-term health issues due to the derailment. Along with the EPA action, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg also announced a package of reforms to improve safety and accountability across the railroad industry. The announcement came as Buttigieg and the Biden administration face heavy criticism for not visiting East Palestine personally.
When I go, it will be about action on rail safety, like the actions that we're calling on Congress to help us with, that we're calling on industry to take.
Governors DeWine and Shapiro also saying they will be pursuing legal action against Norfolk Southern and have gotten their state's attorneys general involved. Anna Eliopoulos, Fox News.
And the NTSB will release today its preliminary reports into that catastrophic train derailment. The train derailed February 3rd in East Palestine and involved numerous train cars carrying hazardous materials. There's still growing anger about the potential health hazards from that crash and fire, and more demands for accountability. Former President Trump visited that site just yesterday on Wednesday, and today Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is also expected to visit the area. The time here at 7:40 a.m. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. All right, and welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. The time is 7:42, and as you can see here, we are getting a few Live Now images to our desk. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is surveying the area of the train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. Let's go ahead and listen in. We know that this visit has been highly anticipated, so let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Yeah, and that's for regardless of payment. Right. Because even though it wasn't HHDF, there were some speed restrictions that have been applied to these tank cars, right? Final floor.
Not to these cars, no.
That's just a train route. Yeah, a business route. Right?
Yeah. So yeah, if you want to walk up. Really surveying the damage there. So let's see if this shot will stabilize. I do believe we will continue to get audio and visuals elements of the Secretary of Transportation speaking to crew members there and surveying the damage. So let's continue to listen in for just a moment.
So the 4 VCM cars that were vent and burned, they were essentially done directly right in front of us. As the 4 cars were in close proximity together. There were 3 up against one another and 1 laying off to the side. So they dug a pit on this side of the rail line, right? And then they set the charges, one on top, one on the bottom, and they shoot the cars, right? And they have a lit fusee in the ditch. So when the product runs into the ditch, it hits that lit flare, and that's what lights it off. So none of the cars exploded, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Now, is there any on the ground role for PHMSA at that point, or is that strictly first responder, EPA?
That's first responder, yeah, EPA. That's none of our roles, yeah. And then the second pit was done back there at the corner of that building because the other vinyl chloride car was back further in the consist. And it was done in a pit very similar to this one on this side of the rail.
What's this guy right here?
That was one of the cars that was in a derailment. Not 100% certain on the product in it, isobutylene.
That's not one of the ones that had to be vented?
No, it was not vented. And actually that car, as damaged as it is, it never lost any product.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so that car was not compromised in any way other than the flame impingement on the side of it. We inspected the fittings on it yesterday and all was in good condition. So that's one of the more robust cars. That's one of the. Actually it's a DOT 105 specification tank car. So yeah, it's a pressure car for that flammable gas.
Gas versus liquid. They're basically the 117s and the 105s. 117s for liquid, 105 for gas. Both 9/16 of an inch, double hull, insulated.
Well, it's not a double hull. So what's on them is there's a insulation jacket. So the cars are thermally protected, and there's an 1/8 inch outer skin on it. What's referred to as an insulation jacket. So what that does is it protects the insulation. The shield, the head of the car is actually a 1/2 inch thick shield. So what that's to do is prevent any type of head-on collision impact of the head. So the cars, in an effort to prevent puncture to the heads, right, as they run into one another. You'll see some of this as we go through this wreckage here. That were compromised, right? So this is actually one of the VCM cars that was bent and burned right here.
All the VCM, the vinyl chloride, 105 cars,
yeah, so the 105 performed as they were designed and as they are none of them ruptured. They laid in the fire and they burned in the pool fire and they vented the residual gas buildup inside through the pressure relief device, and as that gas was venting off, it was burning. So these cars are
called to get made. The risk is of explosion.
Well, the risk of this material is stabilized when it's shipped. So if it sees high heat, it becomes unstable and it can have a runaway reaction where it will polymerize. That was the threat. They were afraid that the cars were polymerizing, and if that's the case, the cars can absolutely rupture. And that was the concern.
The other part of that was that the pressure was being provided to stop operating. That would have resulted in the pressure rising to the car, definitely rising at one point
All right, if you're just now joining us here at Live Now from Fox, we're bringing you all these images in real time, live, raw, and unfiltered, as the Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg continues to visit the site of the train derailment. We hear him getting some surveying the damage from the crews. They're explaining exactly what happened, exactly what took place. But this shot, unfortunately, is a little bit unstable. So we're going to show you all some video from the scene, so this can paint a better picture of the story that we want to show you here. But at this time, let's go ahead and switch gears. We do want to get to more top stories that we are following. This next story coming from Atlanta, Georgia. Today marks 3 years since the murder of Ahmaud Arbery. Georgia lawmakers have named February 23rd Ahmaud Arbery Day to honor him. A memorial run is set to happen in Atlanta later on today. And joining us now live is Fox 5's Brooke Zahner with more. Good morning, Brooke.
His unfortunate death that happened 3 years ago today. Ahmaud was an avid runner himself, so this has been taking place specifically in Glynn County, where this unfortunate shooting happened 3 years ago. But it's going to be happening here at the West Side Beltline Trail, which is a trail that wraps partially around the city here in Atlanta. So, as you mentioned, Ahmaud Arbery's death has sparked changes here across the state of Georgia, and Ahmaud's mother says she will continue to fight for even more changes. It's been 3 years since Ahmaud Arbery's murder. February 23rd, 2020 marked the 25-year-old's final run. That was the day he was chased down and killed while jogging through a Glynn County neighborhood.
I'm very proud to say that we finally got justice for Ahmaud on the federal level.
Last year, Travis McMichael, his father Greg, and their neighbor William Roddy Bryan were found guilty on federal hate crime charges. They were also convicted on state charges, including murder. All three men are serving life sentences. Since Ahmaud's death, there have been changes statewide. State lawmakers have since passed Georgia's hate crime law. The state also declared February 23rd Ahmaud Arbery Day. Additionally, some state lawmakers have also introduced a series of bills to increase police accountability. Some of the bills would require law enforcement to provide body cameras to officers and also set new standards for policing in state law. Ahmaud's mother, Wanda Cooper Jones, has also been active in advocating for change. She started a foundation in her son's honor to award scholarships to students. Cooper Jones is also expected to be here in Atlanta later today for an invite-only event that's going to be happening. But again, this run for Ahmaud is happening here in Atlanta later tonight about 6 o'clock. They're going to be running 2.23 miles because he died on February 23rd, which is today, 3 years ago today, which is why that specific mileage is significant to this run that's happening here later today. So certainly going to be a somber day, but one that we know his mother says she wants to keep his memory alive and continue advocating for change. That's the very latest here in Southwest Atlanta. I'm Brooke Zahner reporting for Live Now from Fox.
Thank you so much, Brooke. The time here is 7:52, quickly approaching the 8 a.m. hour here on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and take a 2-minute commercial break. But when we return, we'll bring you all up to speed on a devastating story coming out of Orlando, Florida. 3 have been killed, including a television journalist who was on the scene of a homicide reporting the story. We'll bring you all more details on this tragedy in just 2 minutes.
So, in conclusion, I'll say, together, let us continue to create opportunity and to invest in the ability of all Americans to realize their dreams. May God bless you and may God bless America. Thank you. Thank you.
Your Mayor, in addition, let me express our tremendous respect and admiration for all of the police and firefighters and first responders, and all over the country there's such heroes, but this was a great example of it because that was a very dangerous looking sight. So I want to thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you. 19 days ago, tragedy struck this wonderful village and rocked the lives of people throughout this area, long beyond this area. It's been weeks since Americans have been inspired. They've just watched this over the weeks. They've been inspired by your strength and your courage and how you've come together to stand up for the families in your area and the families of this village and beyond. We've seen the first responders and railroad workers serving bravely in the line of duty. The railroad workers have been really incredible, actually, and they've gone way above the call of duty. We've seen citizens speaking up at the town halls, and we've seen organizations such as the East Palestine Community Foundation rising to the occasion to provide tremendous relief and help to the people that were so badly affected. So I want to thank you all. Fantastic job. Really great. Everybody's been watching. We've all been watching on television and beyond television. We've been getting our news from the real news and from the fake news. And the fake news we even believed in this case because they've covered it very fairly. Over the past few weeks, the community has shown the tough and resilient heart of America, and that's what it is. This is really America right here. We're standing in America. Unfortunately, as you know, in too many cases, your goodness and perseverance were met with indifference and betrayal in some cases. Biden and FEMA said they would not send federal aid to East Palestine under any circumstance. They're not going to send aid. I thought that was a strange statement because I've been working with FEMA for a long time, 4 years, and they were great with us with the tornadoes, the hurricanes, and things like this. And it was a strange statement to come out, and they were doing nothing for you. They were intending to do absolutely nothing for you. JD and I spoke, and they said they're not coming. They're not going to come. And I said, that's very strange. FEMA said specifically this doesn't meet the criteria, and that's horrible, and somebody has to do something for those people. I said back, when I announced that I was coming, they changed their tune. It was an amazing phenomena. The mayor and I were discussing that. It was quite amazing what happened. And they said that we can't let this happen. That was a big change of pace. JD, did you ever see a change like that one? That was a quick, rapid change. But we can't let this happen, they said, and we'll be there. And we opened up the dam, and we got them to move, and they all came in, and they're now pouring you in with help. And I will tell you, I had a great relationship with FEMA. I found FEMA to be incredible, amazing in every way. And we had tremendous luck with the tornadoes and all of the hurricanes and everything else that we had, and they were fantastic, and now they're fantastic here. They could have been 2 weeks earlier, or at least a week earlier, but they decided to do it this way, and I guess it came from the top. And so we have to understand that. You know, it reminds me a little bit, I don't know if you remember when Ohio State wasn't going to be playing football for another season. They were going to sit back and watch with the China virus or COVID, whatever you want to call it. And I called the head of the Big Ten football. I said, you got to get this football open. And they were great. They responded, and Ohio State played that season. Nobody remembers that, I think, right? Does anybody know? You got at least one. You could have been close, but by now you still would be close probably. But we got that open very early. And you had a great season of football, to put it mildly. So that was a very good honor, the Big Ten. And that led to the NFL, and it led to most of the rest of football in the country. But you led it through Ohio State and Big Ten, and we got that done. I did that very personally. I called the commissioner, and he did a good job. What this community needs now are not excuses and all of the other things you've been hearing, but answers and results, and that's what I think you're going to say. Norfolk Southern needs to fulfill its responsibilities and obligations, and I see that they're starting to come here now too, because they also were saying they're not coming. But it means that the affected communities beyond the borders of East Palestine are going to be taken care of, and they've said so, and they've said it loud and clear, and I think they probably mean it. I sincerely hope that when your representatives and all of the politicians get here, including Biden, they get back from touring Ukraine, that he's got some money left over, because we're now at $117 billion, and as you probably know, Europe, when you add it all up, is at about $10 billion. That's a big difference, wouldn't you say? That's one of the things that gets me, because they're at it again. They're very good negotiators, those people in Europe. You know, when you add it all up, it's about the same size as the United States, the economy of the different European countries, and they're at a very small number compared to us. So you'll start working on that, I guess, when you get back. I think JD will have that well under. He's listened. He heard that number, but it's a massive difference. It's a very small fraction of what we put up, and it affects them more than us, and they have to do what they have to do. But we're going to find time to come back if necessary. If they don't come back and give you the treatment that you need, we will be back. The Biden administration should ensure that every family has the option of moving and homes and everything else until this thing is straightened out. I do want to especially thank some of the incredible people that helped us, because we're bringing thousands of bottles of water, Trump water actually, most of it. Some of it we had to go to a much lesser quality water. You want to get those Trump bottles, I think, more than anybody else. But we're bringing a lot of water, thousands of bottles, and we have it in trucks, and we brought some on my plane today. But to that end, I'm pleased to announce that we've helped coordinate the delivery of the water and bottled water, as well as the tractor trailers full of it. We have big tractor trailers full of water. I think you're going to have plenty of water for a long time, maybe. And I want to thank those of you that helped John Rourke, who's fantastic, Blue Line Moving. Is John here? Hello, John. Good job. Got a lot of trucks coming up with water, right? Whatever the American citizens need. That's true. You're a fantastic guy. Friend of my son, Don, who's also here. Where's Don? Good job. Did you get him to do that? I think so, huh?
He does it on his own.
Yeah, he does. He's fantastic. He helps. Thank you very much, John. Appreciate it. Two Fellas Moving Company, and I want to thank the people within the Trump organization that helped us with all of the water. We got it from all of our different hotels, all of our different places, and it was great. They really came together. Also, I want to thank Sandy Pensler and his son, Jonathan Pensler, from Cortex in Michigan, for donating thousands of gallons of cleaning supplies. Thousands and thousands of gallons. Where are you guys? Where are they? Are they here? They're too busy putting it on the truck. But he gave Cortex, if anybody knows the company, it's a very good company, big company, and they're giving tremendous amounts of cleaning supplies, which is what you're going to need. And again, I want to thank Senator Vance, and I want to ask JD to come up and say a few words, and then Mayor Conaway. And Marty Grimm will come up and finish it off. Thank you all very much for being here. It's a great honor. It's an honor to help, and you're well on your way. And that was a tragedy, close to an unbelievable tragedy. Could have been really bad. And thank goodness that didn't happen. But you're going to have tremendous help now, and I know FEMA will do the job like nobody can do it like them. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Well, first, President Trump, thanks so much for coming and shining a light on this community. I think the most important thing that we can take from this visit is that we can't forget about the people of East Palestine, because there will be a rebuilding effort. We need to finish the cleanup effort. That's the most important thing. But most of all, we need to make sure that over the next 6 months, over the next year, over the next 2 years, that we don't forget the people of East Palestine who have been affected by this tragedy. You coming up here ensures that we do exactly that. So thank you, sir. It's great to have you. Don, it's great to have you. I just want to say that, you know, I'm from Southern Ohio, and I've got to know this community very well over the last couple of weeks. It's such an honor to be here, and it's such an honor to get to know so many great people. The mayor, the fire chief have done such an incredible job. Senator Ruley, everybody has come together, Congressman Johnson, to make sure that East Palestine is at the top of everybody's priorities. So thank you for having me. Thank you for letting me play some small role in making sure this community survives and thrives. God bless you all. I love you.
We as a community would like to thank President Trump for coming up here, shedding some light on the situation we are currently in. I also have to thank all the elected officials, all the firemen. The firemen saved this city. If it wasn't from them, that might sound like rhetoric, but it really is not. This could have been a very different situation if we wouldn't have had such quality firemen behind us. We're a small community. We don't want the media attention. We just, we want our community to go back to the way it was. That is our end goal. So, we appreciate you being here, but at some point we'd ask you to leave. But yes, I thank everybody who has helped us through this tragic situation. It's been a very difficult situation, but together we will make EP strong again. So, thank you all.
Well, thanks everybody for coming out. And as I've said from the outset here, this is the kind of tragedy that should never come on a rural community like this. It's extremely unfortunate, but I have stood and watched and participated as this community has come together. I'm convinced that recovery is on the way. I believe this community is not only going to recover, but they're going to be stronger than they were when they started. And it's because of the people here. It's because of the mayor. It's because of the fire chief. It's because of the determination and perseverance of the people right here in East Palestine. So thank you, Mr. President, for coming and continuing to put focus on this. God bless you.
Thank you, President Trump, for coming to our village today and drawing attention to this disaster recovery. My name is Marty Grimm, and I serve as president of the East Palestine Community Foundation. I am here today to speak on how to best financially assist our community and surrounding area. Elaine Beck is the founder of the nonprofit Blessing Through Action and calls Ohio her home. She herself was raised here and raised her family in this great state. Elaine felt compelled to help her fellow Ohioans in their desperate time of need. Blessing Through Action has partnered with the East Palestine Community Foundation and local churches to bring financial assistance to this community. Blessings Through Action takes no profits or costs from these donations, so every dollar will go to help the residents of East Palestine and the affected neighboring communities. If this was not enough, Elaine took her love and compassion for her home state to another level and has offered a $100,000 matching donation for the next 24 hours. If you too would like to be a part of this recovery and help rebuild this community we love, please text the word Ohio, O-H-I-O, to the number 88022 for more information. That's text the word Ohio to the number 88022. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Want to say something to you? Come on, say a word.
All right. Why not? First of all, President Trump, thank you, for bringing this attention, getting the necessary resources here we need. I can't thank not only my guys, my men and women who did such an amazing job, but also the neighboring departments that came in to help us, Pennsylvania, multiple counties in Ohio, one resource out of West Virginia. Together, we worked as a unified team to make this, to get this situation under control where we are, and I can't thank those first responders enough. Columbiana County EMA was a crucial resource to us. Peggy Clark and Brian Rutledge, absolutely phenomenal people. I can't thank them enough for their help throughout this.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. So this morning at 11 a.m., deputies responded to the 6100 block of Hialeah Street in reference to a shooting. Once there, they found a woman who was in her 20s who was shot and succumbed to her injuries. Our homicide detectives responded to that scene, conducted follow-up, collected evidence, and developed good leads on the suspect in that case this morning. At 4:05, we received 911 calls about another shooting at that location and a shooting nearby. On Hialeah Street, deputies located 2 men who had been shot in or near a vehicle. They are a News 13 reporter and photographer who were on the scene to cover the homicide from this morning. On Harrington Street, a woman and her 9-year-old girl were also shot inside of a home. It is unclear why the suspect entered that home. The victims were transported to nearby hospitals, and tragically, one of the News 13 employees has passed. So we have detained the person believed to be responsible for the murder this morning, as well as the shootings this afternoon. He is 19-year-old Keith Melvin Moses. He is being formally charged in the murder from this morning, and we expect additional charges for the shootings of the 4 people this afternoon. At 19, he has a lengthy criminal history to include gun charges, aggravated battery and assault with a deadly weapon, burglary, and grand theft charges. So I want to acknowledge what a horrible day this has been for our community and our media partners. I work closely with all of you and know many of you and know the very difficult job that you do, and also the very important job that you do for our community and for law enforcement. No one in our community, not a mother, not a 9-year-old, and certainly not news professionals, should become the victim of gun violence in our community. So at this time, I'm happy to take questions from you.
Sheriff, did he see the news crew in that area? Was he returning to the scene, saw them there and fired? What does he say?
So the suspect is not saying much right now. It is unclear if he knew they were news media or not. We're still trying to work all of that out. That vehicle was almost exactly in the same spot as the vehicle was from the homicide this morning. So it's unclear why exactly they were targeted, and certainly we're going to look into that, and we will definitely let you know.
How's his child doing?
So still in critical condition, and we'll notify you of the outcome soon.
Do we know if the shootings were connected?
So so the shooting this morning, the 2 shootings of the 2 news reporters, and the shooting of the mother and the 9-year-old child are all connected. The same suspect, Mr. Moses, is responsible for all those shootings. He's been charged, formally charged in the murder this morning, and we expect charges soon on all of the other victims.
Do you know if he was targeting them because they were a news crew? He saw them going on TV, talking about a crime he's being accused of. Was this news crew targeted?
It's hard to know if he was targeting this news crew. Again, that'll be all part of our investigation. I was out there at the scene. The vehicle doesn't really look like a news vehicle to me. But then again, there was a photographer there, so that's possible. But that's all part of our investigation. He was an acquaintance of the woman this morning, but as far as we know, had no connection to the reporters and no connection to the mother and a 9-year-old, and we're unknown. We don't know why he entered that home.
How many shots were fired into the vehicle?
I don't have the information on how many shots were fired at this time.
Does it speak to a larger picture of media and safety and violence towards media within the last few years? You as the sheriff, do you find that extra concerning, even investigating the possibility?
So in this area, we have not had any violence against our media partners, but certainly we have seen that around the nation and around the world. So that's something we're definitely going to be taking a look at and see if we can put the pieces together and see why this happened.
Are there any indications that perhaps the suspect thought he may have been targeting law enforcement? I know sometimes our vehicles look very similar, especially if they're unmarked Fords. Any indications of that?
So again, the vehicle didn't look like a typical news vehicle with a lot of markings on it. It's possible that he could have mistaken them for law enforcement. I just don't know at this time. Like I said, there was a photographer there, and both were in or near the vehicle. So you really don't know what was in the mind of this suspect. And hopefully at some point he'll talk to us about what his motives were. But regardless, he's eventually going going to be charged with the murder this morning and then the 4 shootings this afternoon. Definitely murder on the news reporter.
When this happened, was there any...
What's the condition of the woman in the young girl?
So right now, critical condition and at the hospital.
When this happened, was there any agent from Orange County investigating the prior murder?
No, so we had cleared the scene. The prior homicide happened at 11 o'clock in the morning. It happened in a vehicle. That vehicle was towed for processing. The detectives had already done their canvass of the neighborhood and had cleared the scene, and we're out actually following leads on this suspect, Moses, because they quickly developed him as a suspect in this case.
Sheriff, did you know that he was the suspect you were looking for the earlier murder before he returned to that area?
Yeah, that's unclear at this time. He was detained and arrested near that area right after the 2 shootings. Very good description was given out. Deputies located him in the exact same clothes that he was wearing during the shootings. And once they did detain him, homicide detectives who were familiar with him from the previous case said, yeah, that's our same guy from the earlier homicide.
Sheriff, do you know how long Moses has lived in this area at 19? Seems like he's been up to a lot.
Yeah, I do not know how long the suspect has lived in this area.
And just to be clear, was a news reporter and a photographer, correct? There was 2 different titles there.
That's correct. So they were both in or near the vehicle, a reporter and a photographer, and unfortunately one has passed.
What is the condition of the other person?
So the mother is in, critical condition. Right.
What's the condition of the photographer?
Yeah. So there is one News 13 media person who has passed from his injuries. The other person is being treated at the hospital.
Do you know the situation of the hospital? Is it on lockdown right now?
I have no idea if there's any kind of situation at the hospital, not to my knowledge. We have plenty of deputies in that area.
Has there been any reports of witnesses saying that the suspect looked at several news vehicles or several vehicles to shoot inside?
I am not aware of any reports that the suspect was looking at any other news vehicles.
Any suspicious activity just looking into the vehicles?
I have not heard that yet, no.
Was the homicide this morning domestic related?
So that's unclear. It seems like there were 3 people in the car. The suspect shot the victim as they were in that vehicle on Hialeah. So I'm assuming they were acquaintances. We just don't know the exact relationship at this point.
Sure.
Okay, so tragically, we have just learned that the 9-year-old has also succumbed to her injuries. We were waiting on next of kin notification, so just wanted to let you know that. So, so we have the 20-year-old female who was shot and killed this morning has died. We have one of the news media personnel has died, and now the 9-year-old child has also passed from the gunshot wounds as well. So again, our hearts go out to her mom, who's also fighting for her life, and her father, and all of her family members, and of course, prayers and condolences to the news media and their family and friends of these media professionals.
Sheriff, do you have a ballpark idea of how many other people were in that area around 4 o'clock today? Did other people witness this?
So we're doing our canvass right now. I mean, it was 4 o'clock, so chances are there were people out and about. We're doing all the normal things we do during an investigation, looking for doorbell cameras and other cameras in the area. We're reviewing all that footage and certainly tracking down all the witnesses that we can.
I'm sorry, can you reiterate, do we know whether the suspect had any connection to mom?
So that is unclear right now. So how it all worked, of course, we had the homicide earlier this morning. At some point around 4 o'clock, he returns to the scene. He goes to the vehicle where the news media people are at. He shoots both the people from News 13. Then he goes up to Harrington Street and takes a left, and there's a brown house up there. He walks inside the house and shoots the 9-year-old and the mom. And right now we're unclear as to why he shot them in that house. And really unclear as to why he shot at the news vehicle as well.
And he isn't saying anything for himself?
No, he wasn't saying anything. We did, when deputies located him and arrested him, he was armed with a handgun, which we believe will link him to these cases as well.
So just to confirm, the other News 13 employees remain in critical condition?
Yeah, they're in critical condition, correct.
Where was the suspect arrested?
About a block away from Hialeah. About a block away from the scene on Hialeah. It's all very close where it all happened.
Everybody good? Thank you, Sheriff.
Okay, thank you.
Good?
Yes, sir.
Good evening. I'm joined by Captain Carolyn Kinney. Captain Kinney is the commander of our McLean District Station. Earlier this evening, loss prevention officers notified Fairfax County police officers of a theft that was in progress. Our police officers immediately responded to the scene. They were led by the loss prevention officer to the person who was suspected of committing a theft. Our officers approached that person and he fled. We chased him. A uniformed Fairfax County police officer gave chase, and a plainclothes Fairfax County police officer gave chase. They chased the suspect, the theft suspect, outside of the store, and probably a quarter of a mile or so later, the suspect approached a small wooded area, a small patch of trees and brush. The suspect ran into that area. Our officers continued to chase him into that area, and at some point in time, our police officers, both Fairfax County police officers, discharged their firearms. The circumstances surrounding the discharge, of course, are under investigation. We struck the suspect. I don't know how many times yet. The suspect was afforded immediate medical attention by Fairfax County police officers. He was transported to a local hospital and died. Our major crimes detectives, our internal affairs detectives are out here. We're going to be holding this scene not only into the rest of tonight, but into the morning hours as well. We need to be afforded significant daylight to effect a crime scene search as we search for evidence. I do not know if our suspect was armed at this time. That's why we're going to hold the scene, and we're going to search for any evidence that the suspect may have discarded during the foot chase. We have a commitment, of course, to fair and impartial investigations following any officer-involved shooting, and we're going to do the same thing this time around as well. We'll work collaboratively with the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office. We know how much scrutiny these officer-involved shootings and the scrutiny that follows these officer-involved shootings, not just here but around the country, and it's something we take very, very seriously. So why don't I pause there and take any questions?
Chief, I'll ask you questions, but if you just want to look toward the left here, I appreciate it. Any past encounters with this person? Was he known to the office?
The suspect who was shot this evening is absolutely very well known to law enforcement in the National Capital Region. He, in fact, has a significant violent criminal history. We're not identifying him at this point. The only thing I'll say about the suspect who was shot tonight and passed away is that he's an adult male, and his encounters with local law enforcement in the National Capital Region span back many years, and it's a violent criminal history.
Fairfax resident too, or elsewhere?
I don't know his place of residency at the moment. We'll clarify where he lives now at our follow-up press conference.
So the suspect didn't fire at officers first in this case, or is that still being under investigation?
So I want to be really careful when I describe what the suspect may have been or may not have been in his possession at the time our police officers discharged their firearms. He was about 20, 30 yards into a pretty thick wooded patch. So that's why we're holding that scene, because we want to make sure that if anything was discarded, that we have an opportunity to identify it and recover it. So that's why at this moment, I don't want to say something now that later proves to be untrue 24, 48 hours from now. I do not know if he was armed. We're going to certainly examine every square inch of not only the foot chase that lasted about a quarter of a mile, but we're also going to examine the area where the officer-involved shooting took place as well. We're going to conduct a very thorough crime scene investigation.
What's the protocol then for when officers, can fire at a suspect, especially for something that seems like a shoplifting case here?
Well, the police officers were notified by loss prevention earlier about a crime that was taking place, a theft that was taking place. The exact nature of that theft, I'm not ready to describe yet, because that's under investigation. This county, Fairfax County, has had a long-standing commitment to Tyson's Corner Center. In fact, we have a full-time Tyson's Urban team that consists of about 16 full-time police officers that are assigned 24/7, 365 to this location, because it's that important for public safety, not only in Fairfax County, but folks who come here every day from the National Capital Region. 25 million people come here every year. So our commitment, our county commitment, our police department's commitment to public safety here is long-standing, and it's something we take great pride in. So when we're alerted to criminal activity that's in progress, it's our long-standing duty and responsibility to investigate that. In fact, that's what happened tonight, and the suspect ran from our police officers. I don't know why he ran, and we chased him, and at some point during that chase, something happened that's still under investigation that prompted our 2 Fairfax County police officers to discharge their firearms. That is what is under investigation.
I'm sorry, 2 questions about the officers, if you can. The first, were they assigned to that team that's always at the mall?
Yes. Yes. I'm not identifying the two officers yet. We will in a follow-up press conference, just like we're not identifying the person who was shot, the suspect either. We'll do that, but we have to be sensitive to next of kin notifications.
And then the other about the officers is, were they wearing body camera footage? Do you know where body cameras?
So thank you for that question. The question is regarding body-worn camera. So our uniformed Fairfax County police officer absolutely was wearing a body camera. That's crucial to the investigation. It's crucial not only to our understanding about what happened tonight, but for the community as well. So Thank you for asking that question. That will be, again, we have a public release policy that's been in effect just over a year or so in Fairfax County. We will share with our community the body-worn camera footage of this incident, and our commitment to our community is that we do that within 30 days. So I certainly expect that we'll be doing that as well in this particular case.
Chief, could you describe this area? Is it on the Tyson's property, or is it in Fairfax County?
It was on the property, Jackie. The initial crime that was reported to us occurred inside the shopping center. We made first initial contact with the suspect inside. He ran outside. And when he ran outside, we chased him. And that foot chase lasted at the very, very most a quarter of a mile. And the area where he ran into finally before the discharging took place is a relatively thick patch of trees and shrubs. It's very thick, and that's why we're going to need significant daylight going into tomorrow to really finish up our crime scene search and to do a really thorough job.
Chief, you said that you don't know if he had a weapon, so it didn't seem like the shots were fired from the suspect. In your experience, what could have provoked the two officers to fire their weapon?
You know, we don't know what we don't know right now. I know that our officers discharged their firearms, hit the suspect at least one time. I'll have a clearer answer on that in the coming days. I do not know what was in the suspect's possession at the time of this shooting. If I knew, I'd share it with you. I don't know, and it's too early right now for me to speculate what may or may not have been in his hands or on his person. Again, we have to really go over every square inch of this patchy area of trees and shrubbery to make sure we collect every relevant piece of evidence that can help us really get to the bottom of what happened here tonight. Neither of the Fairfax County police officers were injured, but again, it's our commitment to do this thoroughly and objectively and consistent with the expectations of our community.
But to follow up on that, what are the protocols specifically for when officers are allowed to fire during, whether it's an active chase or anything like that?
Well, you know, I don't want to speculate why the officers discharged their firearms. Typically, if I understand your question the way you intend to ask it, police officers will discharge their firearms when they're in fear for their lives or the lives of others. Again, our investigators, our detectives, both our major crime detectives and our internal affairs detectives will ask all those probing questions as this investigation moves forward. And again, the body camera footage that we have recovered will be shared with our community as well. We've done that each and every time since we've had this public release policy, and we intend to do that this time as well.
Chief, you described both officers, one being uniformed and the other in plain clothes. Over the course of the chase, a lot of times we have these kind of encounters. Do you know of any commands that the officers gave to this person as they were running into the woods? Is there any kind of stop, identifying themselves as officers, or saying, you know, drop it, anything that might give us some indication about what the officers may have said?
Certainly, and I look forward to sharing, and thank you for that question. I look forward to sharing with you all the verbal commands that were afforded to the suspect by our police officers. Were there verbal commands? Absolutely there were. What they were word for word is something that I look forward to sharing with the media, with the community. We just need to get a little further along in the investigation before I'm in a position to share all those pertinent details that I know you want answers to. We do too. And when we know those answers, we'll share them with our community.
Chief, do you have an age of the suspect person killed? And also, the second question I have is, how long were the officers to this part of this unit assigned?
They're both veteran officers. I don't know the length of service for each one just yet. I'll have that at a follow-up press conference. And I'll describe the person who was shot tonight as an adult male. We know that he was with another person, another male, earlier in the evening that we have yet to identify. So we're seeking to identify that person as well. That person was not involved in the suspected theft. That person was not involved in the foot chase, but it's someone that we will be attempting to identify as well to help us answer as many questions as we possibly can. And I'll only describe the suspect in this case as I have earlier as an adult male.
Has this person also had other theft charges or convictions in particular to this location?
Yeah, so I don't want to get too specific regarding the criminal history, and when we share the name of the person with you all, you certainly have your own ways of following up on this information, but I do think it's important to share that he's well known to law enforcement in the National Capital Region, and he has a violent criminal history.
Chief, I know this is a little different than other cases that have happened here in Tyson's over the last year, but are you concerned about the perception of safety in this area, that people may feel unsafe in this area?
Well, so many people come through this area every day, and it's a destination location not only for Fairfax County residents, but for Washingtonians and beyond. So we know how important this location is to many people, and that's why our public safety commitment here is so robust. We have 16 police officers that are assigned full-time to our team here. They work every day, around the clock, to ensure that this location remains, and I use that in the present tense. This location remains an absolute safe destination for shoppers, for people going to dinner, or people pursuing entertainment.
One additional question for you, and unfortunately this obviously went through the parking lot. Any witnesses in the parking lot that you guys were able to question about what was going on?
So we are looking for witnesses right now. 1-866-411-TIPS is the number to Crime Solvers, 1-866-411-TIPS. If anyone saw any part of what happened tonight, either inside or outside, we want them to come forward to help us put these circumstances together. And again, I apologize for the lack of exact specificity regarding all your questions. Your questions are our questions. We're going to pursue those questions vigorously. It's what our detectives do. And we'll work collaboratively again with the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office, and we'll get the answers. And when we get the answers, we're going to share the answers along with our body camera footage.
Did you say the specific store where the initial theft happened, or was it a number of stores?
No, I have not said that yet, and that will be an additional detail at our follow-up press conference.
So these officers are on administrative duty?
Yes, the officers will be in a amended duty capacity while this investigation goes forward.
The road closure through the morning as well, or will the roads reopen before the morning? I know you said you guys are going to be here for the morning.
So there's going to be a patch where the incident took place, where the roads are going to be shut down for just a short amount of time. There were no closures tonight of any of the stores in the surrounding community, but our detectives and our crime scene investigators need time and need space to thoroughly examine the scene of this incident. Thank you all.
Thank you.
On July 26th at approximately 6 p.m., we know that Susana Morales left her home on Santa Ana Drive in Norcross and walked a short distance to the Sterling Glen apartment complex on Indian Trail Road. There, she met with her friend for about 4 hours, and at about 10 o'clock, she began her trek back to her house. We know that between 10 and 10:30 p.m., Susana had an interaction with an individual and ultimately was not seen or heard from again. This case was immediately assigned to our Criminal Investigations Division, who worked diligently on this case and followed up on a number of leads and tips. However, those leads and tips did not come to fruition. We know that on February the 6th, a citizen who was walking in the area of Drowning Creek Road and Highway 316 happened upon skeletal remains. The Gwinnett County Police Department sealed that crime scene. The Gwinnett County Medical Examiner took custody of those remains, and they were positively identified as having belonged to Susana Morales. The following morning, February 7th, we brought out a large contingency of police personnel and conducted a methodical and meticulous search known as a grid search. And during that search, we located a firearm that had been reported stolen on July 27th. This is the same day that Susana was reported missing. That firearm we traced back to a 22-year-old former Dorville police officer named Miles Bryant. Bryant then became a person of interest in our case. We continue investigating, and on February 13th, we secured warrants for concealing the death of another. Since that time, our criminal investigators have been working this case continuously, and we have reached a threshold to where these charges have now been upgraded to felony murder and kidnapping charges. I would like to thank the Gwinnett County District Attorney's Office for their assistance, along with the Dorville Police Department. And at this time, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Is it possible that Ms. Morales was raped? It was mentioned that earlier.
There is a possibility, and one of the things I really want to do now is talk about the timeline, okay? Recall my earlier statement. Susana went missing sometime between 10 and 10:30 p.m. on July 26th. Our investigation has revealed that she died, we believe, sometime between the time she was taken, between 10 and 10:30 and 2 a.m. on the morning of the 27th. You'll recall she was reported missing on the morning of July 27th at 9 a.m. So by the time she was reported missing, we have every reason to believe that Susana was deceased.
Can you talk about the possible relationship between Morales and Bryant? Have you been able to make any sort of connection? Did they know each other? Was he the person who approached, or you said that there was an individual? Just talk about
Correct.
What relationship, if any.
Right. So again, we know that Susana visited her friend at the Sterling Glen apartment complex where Bryant served as the courtesy officer. We have looked at the idea or if there was some type of knowledge or relationship, but so far we have not made that connection. So we do not know if she knew or was familiar with Bryant in any capacity.
So are there any video cameras there? Are there any video cameras at that apartment?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was Susana shot?
We have no information to indicate that she was shot.
So how did she die?
We don't definitively know. We're still investigating. What we do know is that she died at the hands of Miles Bryant.
Did you say she was reported missing on the 27th?
That's correct.
And at that time, the police department knew that she was dead? That's what you said?
No, no. Susana was reported missing at 9 a.m. on the 27th. Her parents had looked for her throughout the prior evening, however, she was reported missing at 9 a.m. What we've learned throughout the course of our investigation is that she likely died between 10 p.m. and 3 a.m. on the 27th.
Those kidnapping and murder charges, those are in addition to the concealing of death and the false report?
That's correct.
You spoke about the timeline. You talk about anything as far as with herself or anything like that that led you to this timeline?
So I won't go into the details of what we have learned with respect to the investigation because it's still active. However, we do have evidence that we've uncovered from several sources electronically and things of that nature.
When you say she came into contact with an individual between 10 and 10:30, are you saying that individual is Miles Bryant?
Yes, I am saying Miles Bryant.
And you're saying Bryant, she went to visit a friend at the place where Bryant lived?
Correct.
Did anyone see the two of them together?
We have no information that those two were saw together. Again, using our investigative skills, we placed the two of them together.
Is there any evidence that Miles Bryant used his capacity as a police officer to possibly commit this crime?
That we don't know, but we are still investigating that angle.
There's been some reports that there was another woman who had some issues with Bryant. Do you guys believe there are additional victims that either may have been killed by him or may have had some other kind of harmful interaction with him?
So to be clear, we have no information at this time linking Miles Bryant to have harmed someone in a similar fashion. What we do know is that in 2018, Miles Bryant lived next door to a neighbor. We know that in 2018, he went to this neighbor's house and allegedly tried to enter the house through a window. The police were called. We conducted an on-scene investigation. Miles Bryant countered that argument or that allegation. The homeowner in that case did not wish to prosecute, and so that case ultimately was resolved. There is a 2022 case, December of 2022, in which Miles Bryant visited the home of an acquaintance. We believe that he may have tried to enter a residence, and we're conducting an investigation on that case. We do believe that warrants are forthcoming.
Those 2018 and 22 cases, were they the same apartment complex where he lived?
No, they were not.
The one in 18.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, ma'am.
We received a press release on the 31st asking for, or pretty much offering a reward for any information on Morales. What kind of sparked that press release if she had been missing since July 27? Why did that press release just randomly get sent out?
Right. I wouldn't necessarily call it random. Throughout the course of our investigations, issuing lookouts and bulletins are standard fare within our investigation. So it certainly wasn't random. There wasn't anything in particular that sparked that release. Again, we're always looking for information from the public to aid us in our cases.
The Hispanic United Alliance has been very critical of you all, saying you don't take crimes against Hispanics seriously. What do you say to that?
First, I take exception to that assertion. The Gwinnett County Police Department has a long track record of providing professional law enforcement services in our community. We value the human sanctity of life, and our mission is to provide professional law enforcement services in an unbiased and compassionate manner to all our citizens, and that's what we do. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
As a police officer yourself, to know that a police officer has been charged with this kind of crime, what sort of feelings do you have on the fact that you have a trusted member of the community who's held in high regard, accused of a crime like this?
Well, first of all, this is an unspeakable tragedy. This type of crime at the hand of a law enforcement officer evokes anger, even within the ranks of this agency. To your point, police officers should always be pillars of trust. And I do believe that the overwhelming majority of the hundreds of thousands of law enforcement officers in this community are honorable and decent human beings. It's a shame that Miles Davis was able to get in the ranks of law enforcement, but I am happy with the department's response in terms of bringing him to justice.
Maria Brand, the mother of Susana Morales,
Yes,
is
ma'am.
waiting for many answers. So, as a Hispanic journalist, how we can give some answers to this mother who is waiting for more details about her daughter's death?
Right. So our criminal investigations, the lead investigator is in direct contact with the Morales family, and we have been in contact with the Morales family since she went missing. So that information has been readily provided as well as updates in this case along the way. I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Did you mention about the motive behind this crime? The motive?
I don't want to speak to motive at this time. Again, we're still investigating.
Do you know how are you able to determine that Miles Bryant filed a false report for his gun stolen? Couldn't you argue that the person who stole his gun might be responsible for this crime?
So I don't want to speak to Miles Bryant defense. I can't speculate on that. However, we have a very solid case, and we're very confident.
Do you believe he acted alone?
At this point, there's no information to indicate that anybody else was involved.
Can you tell us about any kind of red flags during, his time as an officer?
Right. So I will have to refer you to the Doraville Police Department for that answer. I do not have that information readily available.
Because he lives so close to Susanna, do you believe he might have been watching her for a period of time before this incident happened?
It's entirely possible. I can't say that definitively, but it's possible. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
When and how the Gwinnett County Police Department make a link between Susana Morales to Miles Bryant?
Is your question, how did we make the leap?
Yes.
Or how do we make the link?
Yes. When and how?
Again, I'll take you back to the work we did at the crime scene. Just a phenomenal job investigating and locating that critical piece of evidence. We located a firearm, as I mentioned before, that Miles had reported stolen. At that point, he became a person of interest. So we began watching him and watching his activities. Our investigators were able to uncover information that directly linked Bryant to this crime. Go ahead, sir.
So far, the Hispanic community is very cautious about what the Gwinnett County Police is doing. There are comments, for thousands of comments in social media, not just in Spanish, also in English, about what the Gwinnett County Police is doing and the relationship with the Hispanic community. What is trying to do your office to help to build up this relationship? Because right now it's really, really bad.
Well, I think that's your assertion of the relationship. I happen to believe that it's good. We work constantly to build relationships with our community, all of our community. As I said before, we place a high value on the sanctity of human life. But it's up to our commanders and our officers in the field to continue to build those relationships. I can tell you that we work hard on all criminal investigations, and I think this arrest speaks to that fact. Go ahead, ma'am.
What are the protocols between declare missing person or disappeared person or runaway?
Right. So the initial information that we had was that Susanna, and I want to use this word very carefully, had possibly run away. Regardless of that fact, a lot of our initial investigative steps to locate a person are very similar. So again, this case was immediately assigned to an investigator, and they began following up on leads trying to locate Susanna.
So what are the next steps in the case? You mentioned that you're still investigating. So does Miles have an attorney? Or where do we go from here?
So again, the criminal investigators continue to work and build their case. We continue.
All right, everyone, if you are just joining us right here, it is 9 o'clock on the dot over on the East Coast. We do continue to cover this breaking story that has been developing here. From LiveNOW from Fox, our Fox 35 Orlando station is bringing us the latest here after a Spectrum News 13 journalist there in Orlando was shot and killed. A woman in her 20s also dead, and a 9-year-old child. Our Fox 35 Orlando team has team coverage here. I want to pop up the audio so we can listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
At Spectrum and throughout our news community. So thank you so much for being here on what has been a very tough day for so many. I'm Amy Coffin.
Oh, when you listen to that professor say he loved his mother and just wanted to make his mother proud, and that's something that all parents can relate to, and makes this tragedy just so very difficult. And it really is just a difficult time for all of us in the news community as well. And so we do want to start this morning by offering our deepest support and our prayers to our colleagues at My News 13, because it's a very difficult time for them and for the entire news community here in Central Florida as well, because we really are a brotherhood, a sisterhood. We really are all in this together.
Yeah, we talk often about how we are competitors, but when we're out in the field together and at charitable events together,
how many times do you
friends.
go up and speak and hug
Absolutely.
and say hello and how are you doing? How are your kids? And so we do know each other, although we didn't know them. In some sense, you feel like you do, right? Because this community is a small one here in Central Florida, and we are all connected.
We are bringing you live team coverage this morning. Amanda McKenzie, who spent some time with Jesse, she is outside the Orange County Jail this morning where the suspect is currently being held.
Also, we do have Fox 35's Randy Hildreth. She is live outside the hospital where the two victims are fighting for their lives this morning. And we do want to start this morning with Fox 35's David Martin. And David, good morning to you once again. You know, we talked about all of us being connected, and I can, you know, I've known you for 7 years, and the emotion that I can hear and see in you right now kind of speaks volumes about what we're all going through this morning.
No question about it. Well said, Danielle. Let me get you caught up to speed if you're just joining us here on the 9 o'clock hour of Good Day. Some of you just joined us here, and you need to know it all started yesterday morning at 11 o'clock in Pine Hills, where deputies came across a body, a woman in her 20s, dead. That started a scene, of course, with multiple units coming from the SO. And then news crews started showing up to cover the story, to figure out what exactly happened. One of those crews from TV, Channel 13, a photographer and a reporter, Dylan and Jesse. Sheriff's deputies tell us the woman in the morning. The same shooter that then went into a house nearby and shot a mother and her 9-year-old daughter. The 9-year-old daughter did not survive, and the mother's fighting for her life. So you have 3 fatalities, 2 severely injured. And that's where you're caught up today on this Thursday morning. Let's get over to Randy Hildreth now, who is at the hospital with more on the victims and their condition. Randy, good morning to you.
Good morning to you. We know that Jesse and the mother are listed in critical condition as of the last update from the sheriff's office. But some good news is that his members of his team at Spectrum News, Jesse's team members there, have said that he is responsive. One tweeted that he will have to undergo surgery, but we are happy to know that it seems like his recovery process is making a positive step in the right direction. Again, still working to learn the very latest about the condition of that mother who at last check was listed in critical condition. Now, what we do know about Dylan Lyons, that reporter who was shot and killed, we have heard a statement released by the parent company of Spectrum News and also the station itself releasing information about him. He worked at the station starting in July 2022 and had only been there really less than a year when we look at that timetable. That station saying that he was a motivated journalist and an integral part of their news team. His former professor also saying the same thing, speaking so highly of him. Here's a little bit of what he had to say.
He was always front and center in every class, always engaged fully 100% in discussions, in debates we would have.
And Charter Communications, the parent company of Spectrum 13 News, released the following statement that you see on your screen, saying, quote, "We are deeply saddened by the loss of our colleague and the other lives senselessly taken today. Our thoughts are with our employees' family, friends, and coworkers during this very difficult time. We remain hopeful that our other colleague who is injured makes a full recovery. This is a terrible tragedy for the Orlando community." I know we are hoping the same thing. Now, as we mentioned, that news team was in the community to report on the shooting that happened earlier that morning. The identity of the woman who was killed early yesterday morning has not been released. We're still working to get the name of that 9-year-old and her mother. But again, that mother is still listed in critical condition, fighting for her life this morning. I'll go ahead and send it back to you, David.
Okay, Randy, thank you. Sometimes it's easy to sum this up into 2 sentences, and that's exactly what the fiancée of Dylan did. Her name is Casey Lynn. She says on Twitter, "The love of my life was murdered. I will never be the same person ever again." Makes the story for multiple people today, even those in the Pine Hills neighborhood who are suffering this morning from unspeakable loss. From a 19-year-old, so says the Orange County Sheriff's Department, a 19-year-old with a very long criminal past. And that's where Amanda McKenzie picks up the story. She's in front of the Orange County Jail at the moment this morning where, well, the suspect has an interesting meeting today, doesn't he, Amanda?
Yes, David, the 19-year-old suspect will be making his first appearance before a judge, and that is where we may hear from him speak for the first time. And a question that I'm sure a lot of us would like to ask him is why, and that's something we may never know the answer to. Detectives are still trying to figure out a motive, if any, in this case. And Orange County Sheriff John Mina, he listed off several violent crimes that this 19-year-old suspect has been arrested for in the past. Now, the sheriff's office provided us this photo. Take a look right here of the suspect. It shows him flanked by Orange County deputies wearing a white jumpsuit. It almost appears as though Keith Moses has a smirk on his face. The 19-year-old, even at that age, the sheriff says he has a lengthy criminal history of gun charges, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, burglary, and grand theft. Sheriff Mina says he was located and arrested not long after the second and third shootings. Deputies say he was still armed with a handgun when which they believe to be linked to all three deadly shootings.
A very good description was given out. Deputies located him in the exact same clothes that he was wearing during the shootings. And once they did detain him, homicide detectives who were familiar with him from the previous case said, yeah, that's our same guy from the earlier homicide.
Sheriff Mina says investigators are still working to figure out why he shot those two journalists and why he entered that home to shoot a mother and child. He says the suspect is not saying much at this time. Keith Moses is scheduled to make that first appearance this afternoon before a judge, where he's facing 3 murder charges. Reporting live from the Orange County Jail, Amanda McKenzie. David, back to you.
Amanda, thank you. A classic case of more questions than answers, but we will keep you informed all day long here on Fox 35, so keep it tuned here. In the meantime, we'll send it back to you, Amy, in the studio.
David, thank you. Well, joining us this morning to talk more about what happened yesterday is former Orlando police chief and longtime friend of Good Day Orlando, Orlando Rolone. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me, Amy.
So we're all heartbroken. We talked to Bishop Calberis earlier this morning, and he talked a lot about faith and where we're at in our community and trying to curb violence. But when you hear about someone like this who had a lengthy criminal history at 19 years old, still being out on the streets, what goes through your mind?
You know, this is a topic that has been discussed repeatedly, and Sheriff Mina said it best. You know, when someone is arrested for a gun violation, you know, that's technically a violent offense that should be dealt with accordingly. And these plea agreements that we're hearing about often, whenever we're dealing with a violent offender who commits a violent crime like the one we experienced in our community yesterday, is troubling, but it can be avoided. We have to have harsh penalties. We have to hold people accountable when they commit violent offenses, especially when it's dealing with guns, because individuals that are out there who have been arrested for gun possessions, who have committed crimes of violence, when they get released early, when they plea out during a process, that's encouraging others to do the same, because obviously the consequences are not that high. So something must be done. We could do better.
Well, what is the frustration, I imagine, on part of law enforcement officers? Because the officers who work in these communities, right, are arresting the same offenders, I imagine, over and over again. It almost probably, I would think, makes them feel at some point like, why are we bothering if they're just going to get back out on the streets again?
Well, the great thing is the law enforcement profession historically has always been committed to safeguarding our communities and ensuring that violent offenders, all offenders, are basically arrested when they are found to be in violation of the law. But we can't continue talking about the fact that some of these individuals continue to slip through the cracks or are given opportunities that are not deserving. We all believe that people deserve a second chance. There's no doubt about that. But when it comes to repeat offenders, especially those that are involved with violent offenses, those that are involved with gun violence, there has to be a certain level of attention that requires those individuals to remain behind bars, to enter appropriate programs behind bars, not be out and about in our communities committing situations or crimes like the ones we experienced yesterday. It could have been avoided. Unfortunately, this individual was out there in the loose, basically doing whatever he wanted, And as a result of that, our community has suffered greatly, and especially our media community also.
Yeah, the whole story is just so heartbreaking. Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings, he's going to have a community meeting a little bit later this morning talking about gun violence and what happened yesterday. What are some of the things that you hope will come out of this roundtable discussion? And I imagine you're hoping that we do this more often, not just when the tragedy strikes.
So, you know, if you look historically at our Central Florida community, using our Central Florida as an example, community as an example, we have had these committees, we have had these task forces come together. And there's always a strong emphasis, and rightly so, to create programs, alternative programs for individuals who are getting into the criminal justice systems through some act or action that they may have taken, unfortunately, in the past. But I think we need to put a stronger emphasis on that small percentage of individuals that are creating the vast of the major crimes in our communities. We need to have a separate focus on those and to come up with a very firm way to address those violent offenders. It's one thing to treat everyone holistically when it comes to those that are involved in crime or have been involved in crime who deserve a second chance. But when it comes to violent offenders, I think this is a totally separate conversation that must be had. And we need to ensure that we do our best to ensure that the criminal justice system is holding those individuals accountable accordingly, and that we do not allow individuals that don't belong in our communities to basically run free.
Yeah. And as you know, Chief Rolón, this is not something that is just happening in Central Florida. It is happening across the country. So it needs to get under control and quickly. Former Orlando Police Chief Orlando Rolón, thank you as always. We so appreciate you being with us this morning.
Thank you, Amy.
We also do.
All right, so we are covering that story from each and every angle. We do have our team over at Fox 35 Orlando. We are going to check in with them live throughout the morning. Coming up here in about 2 minutes, we're going to go live to Randy Hildreth with our Fox 35 Orlando team for the latest on those victims. For now, let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. Again, on the other side, we'll get back into everything you need to know here on your Thursday. We'll be right back. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We do continue to cover this story that has been developing over the last 12 hours or so. A Florida television news reporter who was shot and killed while reporting at a murder scene in Orlando was identified by his TV station this morning and remembered as, quote, a motivated and talented professional who was living his dream in Orlando. Spectrum News 13 did announce on Thursday that its reporter Dylan Lyons was shot on Wednesday afternoon while at the scene of a shooting in Pine Hills, Florida. Lyons later died at the hospital from his injuries. Now, Jesse Walden, a photographer for News 13, was also shot and does remain in critical condition. Now, our Fox 35 Orlando team has been covering this around the clock, gathering the latest information. I do want to bring in Fox 35 Orlando's Randy Hildreth, who is live with the latest here. Randy, thank you so much for being here.
Hey, thank you for having me this morning. And what I can tell you of the very latest about the condition of Jesse Walden, that journalist who was shot in that incident yesterday. He's listed in critical condition, but some of his team members over at Spectrum have said that he is responsive. It's expected that he will undergo additional surgery, but the good news this morning is that it seems that his recovery process is moving in a positive direction. The fact that he is responsive, we are still working to learn more about the condition of a mom who was shot in this series of shootings yesterday. She is also in the hospital this morning, and based on the latest information that we were provided last night, she was listed in critical condition. And you talked a little bit about Dylan Lyons, that is the reporter who was shot and killed in this incident. Had worked at the station not very long. He attended the University of Central Florida, which is in the Orlando area, started to work at that station in July of 2022, so had not even been there a year. We did get a chance to talk with one of his former professors who echoed the same sentiments that his teammates said about him at Spectrum, that he was very motivated and was a light in that classroom, brought a lot to the discussion that they had in their learning process to prepare him to enter the field. Now, as you mentioned in the timeline of this, that news crew was in place in that community, which is about 15 minutes outside of downtown Orlando, to cover a shooting, a deadly shooting that happened earlier that morning. They were shot a little bit after 4 o'clock, and that gunman, who has been identified as Keith Melvin Moses, then walked nearby to a nearby home and shot a 9-year-old and that little girl's mother. And what the sheriff mentioned at yesterday's news conference after all of this unfolded is that that shooter may have been an acquaintance with the woman who was shot early yesterday morning around 11 o'clock, but at this point it does not appear that he had any connection to that 9-year-old who was shot, her mother who was shot, and this news team. We're still working to learn the names of the woman who was shot, the mother who was shot, and that 9-year-old. So still a lot of pieces that we're trying to put together with this story, but a lot of heavy hearts as we process what has happened. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
All right, Randy, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and talk about that. A lot, as you mentioned, left to figure out at this point, so we'll keep in touch with you and bring our viewers the latest information as we do get it. Randy, thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
All right, and you heard the investigation obviously is still an active one. I do want to pop up right here this tweet that was just posted by the Orange County Sheriff's Office, as they have identified the 3 people who did die here. They say the 3 people senselessly murdered on February 22nd by Keith Moses are Natasha Augustine, 38 years old, 9-year-old Tiana Major, who was shot in her home. Her mother also shot and did survive there. Spectrum 13 news reporter Dylan Lyons, 24 years old, also killed, and photographer Jesse Walden was shot and has survived. We are going to continue to follow this and bring you the latest information as we do get it. It is 9:20 on the East Coast and 6:20 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time at this point, 9:22 over on the East Coast and 6:22 on the West Coast. I do want to get back into a story that we have been tracking very closely. The NTSB will release today a preliminary report into a catastrophic train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. The train derailed February 3rd in East Palestine and involved numerous train cars carrying some hazardous materials. This video you have probably seen a lot over the past several weeks. There's growing anger about the potential health hazards from that crash and fire, and more demands for accountability. Former President Trump visited East Palestine just yesterday, and today Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg was also in that area. We showed you some of the video a bit earlier on today. Lucas Tomlinson with Fox News breaks down the latest information for us.
The former president criticizing the Biden administration's response to the derailment, calling it a betrayal to the small town in eastern Ohio, where many residents remain concerned about the environment and their health. Former President Donald Trump visiting East Palestine yesterday, getting a first-hand look at that massive train derailment and chemical spill, and praising first responders from the small Ohio town.
The community has shown the tough and resilient heart of America, and that's what it is. This is really America right here.
The former president also criticized Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg for not visiting East Palestine earlier.
Whenever he comes, he's got to do his job, and if we didn't come, they never would have come.
Buttigieg will visit the derailment site later today and meet with NTSB investigators and first responders. Thank you. This week, the EPA Administrator Michael Regan joining Ohio Governor Mike DeWine to reassure East Palestine residents the town's water is safe to drink, and said the financial burden for cleaning up the toxic derailment will land on the shoulders of the railway and not the American taxpayer. A stance that's finding bipartisan support.
We want Norfolk Southern to pay for the work without having to reimburse the EPA. If they don't, we will step in, we will do the work, and then we will charge them triple the amount because that's what the statute allows.
Norfolk Southern is on the hook to make this right. It was their accident. They caused this.
The National Transportation Safety Board will release its initial findings later today into what caused that massive derailment 20 days ago. In Washington, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
And once they release that report, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We cover breaking news around the clock. As you heard, he did say Pete Buttigieg was expected later today. That has already happened. We brought you that video as he toured the area. He is currently at this point there in East Palestine. To some other stories that we have been tracking here, former President Jimmy Carter being remembered as a man of great faith and for his commitment to improving the lives of others. We're going to be joined by the CEO of Habitat for Humanity in Nashville coming up in just a few minutes. But for now, Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has more on how Carter is being remembered.
People from across the country are remembering a life well lived as former President Jimmy Carter remains in hospice care.
He absolutely is a fantastic human being who put so many people before himself.
Former President Jimmy Carter's strong Christian faith has always been front and center in his politics and personal life.
A devout Christian is a fine example, an explanation of who he is.
While at the U.S. Naval Academy as a young midshipman, Carter taught Bible lessons to officers' children, and his teachings of the gospel did not stop there. In his post-presidential life, Carter and his wife Rosalind joined Maranatha Baptist Church. There he taught Sunday school well into his 90s. People coming from far and wide to listen to the former president open up about his relationship with God.
When he speaks, a lot of people listen, so if you were struggling...
Lives of people around the world. Through volunteering with Habitat for Humanity, former President Carter and his wife helped put roofs over the heads of low-income families in more than a dozen countries. Many are expressing their gratitude for the Carter's work in turning the nonprofit into what it is today.
They did not just want to be a face, if you will, on Habitat for Humanity and the organization's mission. They wanted to participate and show people, how it's done.
In 2002, Carter was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. In Plains, Georgia, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And of course, Jimmy Carter being remembered at this point, but he is still in home hospice care. We learned that in a tweet from the Carter Center over the weekend. They have said that any sort of updates on his health condition will be brought to us by the Carter Center. All right, so I do want to bring in Danny Herron, the CEO and president of Habitat for Humanity there in Nashville, Tennessee. He joins us to talk more about Jimmy Carter. We know, of course, that when you think of Jimmy Carter, you also think of Habitat for Humanity. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
So first off, why is it that Jimmy Carter has pretty much become synonymous, so to speak, with Habitat?
Well, he embodied what Habitat for Humanity is all about, and that is engaging, putting God's love into action, bringing people together, engaging them to serve others. And not only was he a president, he just was a perfect living example of what that meant. I always talk about, he was here in Nashville in 2019, and I got to know him a couple other times. I don't remember nearly what his words were spoken, but I remember his actions, his willingness to go out every morning and to work side by side with not only the future homeowners, but also the volunteers. So his actions were so powerful. And again, that's what Habitat's about. And that is hands-on, serving, building a relationship, and helping others in the community.
And we have seen that picture that did float around for a while after he was injured. But what's interesting is he still made sure to help others show up there at Habitat. And I think that kind of speaks volumes of who he was and his dedication to helping others.
Really, it was not only inspirational, it also kind of held us accountable. Here's a 95-year-old man. We worked 5 straight days, long days, every morning, 7 a.m. He was there to enjoy breakfast along with Rosalind, to enjoy breakfast, but to go straight to the build site and work. And what amazed me is we had a very, with the Carter Work Project, we had a big week, so we had 3 nights out. So not only did President Carter show up to work every morning and work, truly physically work, not just get selfies made with, spectators. He really wanted to work and really stayed focused on that. And 3 nights at 95 years old, he went out and enjoyed some of Nashville and also helping Habitat further our mission. So it was amazing, his energy, his example of saying, I'm here to participate, to serve, not to just show up and get a picture made.
Do you think a lot of people across the country have joined Habitat for Humanity and helped with builds because they saw what Jimmy Carter was doing?
Oh, there's no doubt. It's amazing. I mean, when he first came on board, Millard Ford had started Habitat for Humanity. We had built less than 10,000 homes, and now we're well over in the millions of homes built. And so much was he and both Rosalind getting involved, participating, having that red scarf on, getting out there, sweating side by side with homeowners, really all around the world. In 14 different countries, they have the Carter Work Project. So he set that example, not just in the United States, but all over the world. So yes, it still today resonates. Every time when President Carter was here, I actually got a chance to tell him the story. When I was driving home after we got a lot of TV coverage, I went to 3 different places, stopped 3 different places on the way home, and everyone came in, saw me with a Habitat. They said, I bet you've gotten to be with President Carter today. And I said, I had. But they were so excited, and they did recognize Carter and Habitat for Humanity, and that was a very positive tie.
How do you think that Jimmy Carter is going to be remembered when we talk about the coming days, the coming years, weeks? I mean, everything, decades, centuries. How is Jimmy Carter, the former U.S. president, going to be remembered, and what role will Habitat for Humanity play in all of that?
Well, I do believe he is remembered as one of the greatest humanitarians our country's ever produced. I truly believe that. His post-presidency is something that I don't think is unrivaled because of his activity, his engagement around the world to promote serving others, that message of putting others before yourself, literally rolling up your sleeves and working side by side with people. So I think his legacy will be more about really his post-presidency and what he served through Habitat for Humanity and other projects around the world to bring people together. And I just think that is going to be his legacy, and one I'm proud to be associated with.
For sure. So obviously the big question here, we want to make sure we plug Habitat for Humanity. If someone out there is watching this, how can they get involved in Habitat?
Well, there's so many ways. We have not only is an opportunity to volunteer and to come out on the build site with us, work, side by side with the future homeowners. There are ways you can certainly give financially. You can go through the Habitat website. And the third thing is we have restores around the country. We have stores that are repurposing home goods, and it's a social enterprise that helps further our mission and ministry. But it's also is very environmentally green because it helps divert things going to the landfill. So also support our restores.
All right, and I just picture a former president with a hammer helping to build a home. It's almost unreal to think about.
It really is. One great story is that when he was here in 2019, he was so focused on work, and he was very kind to everybody, but he was so focused on work. And when we had one of our volunteers speaking to him, and after about 30 seconds, President Carter smiled and looked at him and said, if we continue talking, neither one of us will be working. And very quickly got the message across in a kind way that we're here to work. We're here to serve, set the example for others to say, this is what we're about, not to chit chat, but really make a difference in other people's lives.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us and talk about Jimmy Carter. Anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
No, I appreciate the coverage, and I really am so honored to be associated with Habitat for Humanity and with President Carter and his legacy.
All right. Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
And I do want to talk a little bit more about Jimmy Carter here. We are covering this story from each and every angle as we learn more about the former president and hear great memories. So we spoke yesterday with a church deacon, Zach Steele, who was over at the church where Carter taught Sunday school up until his health started to decline. Our Fox News friends also spoke with Zach, and I want to play some of their interview for you here as they did work to learn a little bit more about Jimmy Carter in church.
First and foremost, what did his faith mean to Plains, Georgia, to the world, and your congregation?
Well, much like you, I also wasn't around when he was the president, but I actually got the opportunity to meet him in 2018 for the first time when I came to Plains, and we kind of hooked up like that. But I, much like a lot of the world, checked the box of the bucket list of wanting to see a former president of the United States teach Sunday school. And of course, we were mesmerized by his ability to use that platform to talk about his Christian faith and talk about people bridging the gap. And sometimes, as the president of the United States, when he speaks, a lot of people listen. So if you were struggling in your relationship with Jesus, maybe a word from him was a motivating factor, but to get your relationship right with God. But he absolutely is a fantastic human being who put so many people before himself that even a guy like me who wasn't originally from Plains, who had the ability to be around in the last few years, left a mark on me. And that's just a testament to what he did with his faith and his work in that ministry at the church that means so much to me as well as a lot of people around the world.
So I've been watching television and all that. Like he's a devout Christian. Some people even throwing the word evangelical out there, born again. Some of those have negative connotations, especially when you have leaders of the United States, obviously Kennedy, Biden, Catholics. They got a lot of scrutiny in some ways for being people of faith. Can you kind of tell me how you saw him deal with it and how, he kind of he looks like he skirted some of that criticism, I guess you'd say?
He's very open about his relationship with Jesus Christ and his beliefs in that. He made a comment that was quoted around the world several years ago that it was his duty to do as much as he could for as long as he could, with his faith demanded that of him. And he doesn't care who knows that or disagrees with him. You're exactly right. A devout Christian is a fine example, an explanation of who he is.
So it kind of, you could argue it showed in his post-presidency with all his serving and his charitable work. Did you see any of that firsthand? Like, what was your reaction?
Absolutely. I was quick to interrupt you there because I think we've all seen it. I had the opportunity many times. Once a month, our church feeds people in need in downtown. And when we first started that, we saw several hundreds of people needing food and coming to that. And that was in the pre-pandemic world. So things were a little bit different then, but it was nothing to see him and his wife Mrs. Carter out there, both serving. And that was important to him. And even in his latter years, he was going to serve up until he absolutely couldn't do it anymore. So, yeah, we've seen multiple things. And when people came to the church, a lot of people, they wanted to meet President Carter. They wanted to meet Mrs. Carter. And, his rule was, if you stay for Sunday school, you stay through church, I'll pose for pictures, me and my wife, at the end. And I've seen him sit for 30, 45 minutes posing for several hundred pictures after that. And so if that's what it took to get people in the church to listen to the message, then that's what he was willing to do. And that's just a prime example of one of thousands of things that President Carter did over his time to try to unify people.
So you alluded to a lot of it, but kind of just give me a breakdown. You're in the church, how often did he show up? How was his interaction with everyone? How did the Sunday school start as well?
It was a lot of oohs and ahs when he walked in the room. You can think with a jam-packed full house, I believe we could put about 450 people in there, and that was putting people in overflow rooms who were watching it on TV. But it was a sight to see if you never got to see it. But he packed the house, and he spoke the word right out of the Bible, and he was just a good messenger for Jesus. And it was a good opportunity. A lot of times, you had to be there by Saturday afternoon to get a number, to get in line, to get in the church. There were several times we had to turn people away just because the crowds were so demanding.
So I was reading that some people spent the night in their cars. I guess that's kind of the same deal.
Yeah. George and Jan Williams helped wrangle all those people. You can imagine crowds are getting that excited. And, George would get there on Saturday afternoon and help pass out numbers to people. And then Miss Jan would line them up in numerical order. And that's how they would go in the church, depending on who got there first. But it wasn't uncommon to see people come as early as Friday just to make sure they got in.
2 more questions if you have time. Did you ever sit in on one of his teaching, his Sunday school's classes? And if so, did you remember anything?
Absolutely. I sat in on several. The one that sticks out the most to me was his final one. It was on November the 3rd, 2019. And we've all talked about it for several years, knowing that he probably was not going to teach again. But in the moment, nobody had any idea that was going to be his last message. And if you go back and watch it, he talks about he's not afraid to die. He knows when he leaves this heavenly world, he's taking his eternal place with Jesus. He's very open about that in probably a 40-minute lesson, and nobody knew in the moment that would be his very last one. But now that we're sitting here talking about it, November 3rd, 2019, that was a very remarkable message for him to deliver that day.
Well, that reminds me. So now I have 2 more. I promise they're quick.
So I got you on the road. Do what you do.
He had mentioned that in one speech, I think it was back in 2019, maybe it is that speech, I don't know. He had said he is at ease with death. Has he ever talked about, I guess, I don't want to say the afterlife, but has he ever talked more or expanded on that more?
Not with me personally. And obviously, that was the same message where he talked about, life after death on this earth. And the passion and emotion was in the room that day. And I mean, you knew he believed everything he was saying word for word. And I challenge people, if you haven't seen it, go back and watch it, knowing that was his last message. A very remarkable moment in our church history.
And lastly, just as a person of faith, how important is it, this is just generally speaking, how important is it to have leaders in our world, maybe not the president, just leaders in general, who do have a faith and who have a faith base and who are pushing messages like this?
For Zach Steele, it's very important to show that it's okay to be open about your faith and your walk with your religion. And I always respected him for being very open and willing to discuss that with others. But, much like anything, his job in his mind was, let me try to lead other people to Jesus that may not know him. And so he always put others first through that. And that gave me a front row seat for several years to see that it was okay to be once the most powerful person in the world, sitting in a church with 25, 30 members without the visitors, and making sure that, he ministered even to the church members as much as he did the visitors.
All right, that was an interview there that Fox News did with Zach Steele, a church deacon over at the church where Jimmy Carter in Plains, Georgia, did teach Sunday school up until his health started to decline. If you are just joining us here, former U.S. President Jimmy Carter does remain in home hospice. The Carter Center revealing that information over the weekend and saying that any updates on his health would come from them as we get those updates. All right, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I want to take you into the courtroom in Walterboro, South Carolina, as the judge is essentially asking Alec Murdaugh if he is going to testify in his own defense. So let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Intelligently made, with knowledge of the protections given to you by the Fifth Amendment and the consequences of your decision to testify. As I understand that you have no convictions involving dishonesty or false statements or for any crimes punishable by more than 1 year imprisonment, but as it relates to any other relevant issue as determined by the court, you may be examined or cross-examined on any relevant issue. Do you understand?
I do, yes, sir.
If you decide not to testify, I will instruct the jurors that they cannot give the fact that you did not testify any consideration whatsoever, and that there is to be absolutely no prejudice to you because you did not testify. It is left entirely up to you whether or not you testify. You may talk with your attorneys, Mr. Harpootlian, Mr. Griffin, Mr. Barber, Ms. Fox, family, friends, or anyone else, but the final decision will be left entirely up to you. Do you understand what I've explained?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you have any questions whatsoever as to what I've explained?
No, sir, thank you.
Yes, sir. And you've talked with your lawyers about whether or not you've testified. Mr. Harpootlian just suggested advice he's given to you. The court has no comment whatsoever as to whether you should or should not testify. But do you wish to confer with lawyers some more about whether or not you should testify?
No, sir, I don't need to talk to them anymore.
Have you made a decision as to whether you're going to testify?
Yes, sir.
All right, and what is your decision?
I am going to testify. I want to testify.
All right, very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we'll have one short witness before Mr. Murdaugh.
Very well.
All right, so you are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered there, as we have learned that Alec Murdaugh will testify today in his double murder trial. That is breaking news happening right here, live, raw, and unfiltered on your screen. They did say there will be one more witness that will testify prior to that. Not sure how long that is going to take, but we do know that Mr. Murdaugh will testify in his own defense. Now, if you are not familiar with the case, he is accused of murdering his wife and his son back in 2021. A lot of questions here as this case has progressed over the last several years. I do want to pop the audio back up, and we're going to stick with this for a little bit, as we do expect that last witness to testify before Murdaugh does take the stand.
Jury is present, sir.
Sir, thank you. Good morning. Day number 23. The defense's case, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the defense calls Nolan Tootin.
Watch your step, there. Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You'll come to the witness stand and have a seat, please. The microphone is very sensitive, and you have to get quite right up on it. But if you would state your full name again, and please spell your last name, please.
Nolan Tootin, T-U-T-E-N.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you please tell the jury a little bit about yourself?
I grew up in Hampton County. Grew up around Paul and Maggie. I went to school at Wade Hampton. Played sports with Buster growing up, and just we're lifelong friends.
What do you do?
I work in the timber business.
Okay. And do you know Alex?
I do.
Okay. And how long have you known Alex for?
Pretty much my whole life.
Did you spend a lot of time with Alex and his family?
I did.
Okay. And how would you describe your relationship with Paul?
He was one of my best friends. I mean, considered him like a little brother to me. We were really close.
How about tell the jury a little bit about Paul?
Paul's one of those guys that would, I mean, you could call him at the drop of the hat, and he would come. I mean, he was, there for you always. He would call you nonstop all throughout the day, every day. And, I mean, he would do, whatever he could for you, whenever he could for you. And
how often did you talk to Paul?
Every day.
Every day. How often did you see him?
A couple times a week, most weeks.
Okay. And when you saw him, where would y'all be?
I mean, it depended. He would come to my house. I would go to Moselle. I would see him on the boat. I mean, we would just go hunt together, fish together, just do whatever we really felt like doing.
Okay. And other than hunting and fishing, what else did you guys do together?
We hung around Moselle. We farmed at Moselle. Whatever we felt like doing, really.
And when you were with Paul outside doing these activities, did he have his phone with him normally?
Most times, yeah.
Okay. And did he ever put it down?
He did sometimes, not a whole lot. I mean, it was either in his hand or in his pocket, but if he had something in his hand, he would, set it down either in the truck or somewhere close to him. I mean, it would be within reaching distance.
All right, everyone, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we did learn just moments ago from Alec Murdaugh that he will testify today in his own defense in the double murder trial that we have been covering now for about 3 weeks. The disgraced South Carolina attorney charged with murdering his wife and son back in 2021. He is on trial for murder here and said just moments ago to the court that he will actually testify. Now, this is the last witness prior to that testimony. We will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. For now, let's step away for our last commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back in 2 minutes, and we'll pop the audio back up here as we are in the courtroom in Walterboro, South Carolina. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We brought this to you as breaking news a short time ago, but we have learned that Alec Murdaugh will testify in his own defense today. This is going to be the last witness that will testify prior to Alec. We'll bring you that testimony here live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. For now, we are live in Walterboro, South Carolina, where again that last witness here is testifying. I want to pop up the audio and listen in.
And so I'd gone out to Moselle that morning and rode by the sunflowers to see if they were actually dead yet or not, and I noticed that they were dead. So then, Paul and I talked, I don't know, around 10 or 11 that morning, and about kind of coming up with a plan about how to get them plowed up under and replanted. So then I went to work and stayed at work all day pretty much. We were supposed to go out that afternoon and start plowing the sunflowers under, and I got stuck at work late and talked to Paul throughout the day, and I wasn't going to make it that night, and so I went home after work, and then I got the call around 10:30 or so, 11, sometime around there, and came back to Moselle, and everything had happened.
When you talked to Paul that morning, what, if any, understanding did you have as to where he was?
He was in Okatee. He was working for John Marvin at the time.
Okay, and then you guys made plans to meet at Moselle that afternoon?
That's right, yes.
Okay. When you called him on the way home, what, if any, understanding did you have as to where he was?
When I talked to him on the way home, he was driving from Okatee to Moselle when I spoke to him.
Where were you when you got the news about Maggie and Paul?
I was at home.
Okay. And did you go to Moselle?
I did.
Okay. Did you see Alex?
I did.
How would you describe him?
He was pretty distraught. He was, when I got there, he and I saw each other, and we both kind of walked towards each other, and he gave me a hug and just started crying and told me they were gone.
That may be all I have. Beg the court's indulgence. Clarification. Your plans to meet up with Paul on June 7th.
Right.
Was that plan to address the issue you had seen in the with sunflowers?
That's right.
Okay. No further questions.
By state.
Nolan, good morning. How are you?
Good. How about you?
Doing well. Nolan, we've met a bunch of times, right?
Yes.
Prior to trial, we've met in Colleton, we've met elsewhere. We've had quite a few conversations, is that fair to say?
We have.
And you've had a lot of conversations with law enforcement also. They were sometimes there at the meetings.
Yes.
You were as close a friend as Paul as there could be. Is that fair to say?
I feel like that, yes.
And I just want you to say again, he was the kind of guy that if you needed something in the middle of the night, you could call him.
Yes.
Was he going to be there for you?
He was going to come.
Flat tire side of the road, Paul's there for you.
He was there.
Okay. You also, I think, and Maggie, I think you referred to her as a second mom to you. Kind of, they adopted you into the family. You were treated like one of the group. Is that fair to say?
That's right.
And what year did you graduate high school?
2014.
And what year was Paul at Wade Hampton?
He didn't go to Wade Hampton.
Oh, what year was he graduating high school? Sorry.
I want to say 17, maybe 17 or 18.
So you were a little older than Paul.
That's right. He was the same age as my younger brother, Nate.
And your younger brother, I know we already heard, it's Nathan too.
That's right. Yes.
And he testified previously in this trial.
That's right.
So your years in high school would actually align with
Buster's.
More Buster's, and Paul was a little younger.
That's right.
I think you mentioned that Paul was an avid cell phone user. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
He used it all the time.
Yep.
Which may be part of the reason why he was so responsive when you needed something, because he always was there to answer the call or respond to a text. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Do you consider yourself someone that has a fair amount of knowledge about firearms?
I feel like it, yes.
Are you an avid hunter?
I am.
And you've had a lot of experience with firearms yourself?
I have.
And a lot of experience with the family's firearms?
Yes, sir.
Gain kind of a knowledge of what people tend to use or favor?
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say that, well, first, before we go there, let's talk about the 300 blackout. Paul's 300 blackout, I think you just testified to that they received as a Christmas gift.
Right.
Now, Buster's, when they received it, Buster's 300 blackout was what color?
It was black.
And Paul's 300 blackout was what color?
It was like a sand color.
Okay. And you hanging out with Paul, and I'm going to talk about somewhere in like 2017, 2018, did you go to a Halloween party with Paul?
We did.
Did you actually ride with him?
From my recollection, yes.
And it wasn't uncommon for Paul to have his kind of favorite guns in the car with him. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
And on this occasion, when you went to this party, did Paul have that 300, his tan 300 blackout with him?
He did.
But this is back in like 2017, 2018.
It was a while ago, yes, sir.
Before COVID.
That's right.
The new designation, before
That's
COVID,
right.
after COVID. And tell us what happened. What happened that night?
I mean, we were at a Halloween party, and we had been around Moselle most of the day, and, we left, and then later on, the gun was gone. The gun was missing, whether, whatever happened to it, we no longer had it.
So, it was there before you went to the party, and then y'all come back and it's out of the car.
That's right.
Now this was a really nice rifle, right?
It was.
It was fairly expensive.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we did learn that Alec Murdaugh will testify today in his own defense in his double murder trial. The disgraced South Carolina attorney charged with murdering his wife and son back in 2021. We are going to bring you that testimony here on Live Now from Fox, but I do actually for now want to bring in Duncan Levin, former federal prosecutor and criminal defense attorney, to talk more about that decision for Murdaugh to testify. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks, Josh. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Of course, we appreciate you joining us. So first off, your thoughts on the fact that Murdaugh says he is going to testify.
Well, obviously, this is huge. It's game changing. And I think all eyes are going to be on him. This is the moment that everybody has been waiting for. This is a decision that is quite a fraught one. Most defendants don't take the stand. The conventional wisdom is that defendants shouldn't take the stand because they're going to be subject to a blistering cross-examination. That's exactly what's going to happen here. The prosecutor, Creighton Waters, going to eviscerate him on the stand because there is so much financial crimes evidence that this judge is refusing to bar the prosecution from asking about. And so the defense clearly was trying to box the prosecution in and have them focus only on the murder charges, but they're clearly going to be allowed to ask about all this other financial crimes evidence. And so I think what you're going to see is Alex Murdaugh being very emotional in the stand, trying to pull one last con on all of these jurors. He just has to convince 12 more people that he's innocent. And I think that's what he's going to be trying to do, try to talk his way out of it. The problem is that he's going to be cross-examined on all of this financial crimes evidence as well. If he admits to any of it, he's going to get charged with that at the end of the trial. A lot of this stuff has been uncharged. And frankly, he's got a lot of explaining to do. He's going to have to explain why it is he lied to investigators when they spoke with him, and why his alibi doesn't hold up, and why some of these details don't really actually check out, why it is at the end of after his family was murdered, he didn't talk to anybody about trying to find the actual murderers. And so he's got a lot of explaining to do. The defense obviously wants to try to humanize him and have him explain things that only he could explain, like why it is that his alibi is not going to hold up. So I think both sides have a lot of work to do, and they're clearly trying to humanize him and make one last ditch effort for the jury to like him.
In a situation like this, when you're talking about a fairly high-profile person here, he was an attorney that was well known there in South Carolina and the surrounding area. Is it something you see fairly often where somebody would testify in their own defense, take the stand, knowing that they're going to have to answer a lot of questions?
Well, the conventional wisdom is that defendants don't testify. On the other hand, there's probably a 95% conviction rate at trial in this country. And so I think it's a case-by-case basis. And I've seen a lot of cases where defendants testify, I have a lot of cases where defendants don't testify. I think the jury really needs to hear from him to understand why it is that he acted the way he acted, particularly right after the murders. There's no one else who can explain that other than him. On the other hand, he is really opening himself up to being cross-examined on the many, many weeks of financial crimes evidence and other inconsistencies. And so I think that at the end of the day, it's to say it's risky is an understatement. It may be the only play he feels like he has. Dick Harpootlian was trying to cabin what the prosecution can ask about. He clearly was telegraphing to the judge earlier this morning that he was trying to talk the defendant, his client, out of testifying. He said, well, if you weren't to the court, he said, well, if you weren't going to let us if you weren't going to let the prosecution ask about all this financial crimes evidence, I would be in favor of putting him on the stand. But now that it comes in, our advice might be different. And so he clearly was trying to telegraph that this might not be the decision that he would make. So this may be something that is coming directly from his client saying, look, I want to talk to the jury. Remember, this is a very sophisticated defendant. He's a very emotion-driven, personality-driven lawyer. And I think he thinks, look, I can talk my way out of this, and time will tell whether he can actually pull it off or not.
And that was my question, is when you're talking about somebody who is an attorney, they're a lawyer, they have knowledge of the criminal system, how this all works, does that factor in, you think, to his decision to say, all right, I can take the stand?
Yeah, I mean, clearly he's made some decisions along the way that most lawyers would not make, particularly talking to the police right afterwards and giving those detailed statements where he came up with this alibi that is not particularly holding up, particularly in light of the kennel video where people can hear his voice on it clearly. I think that, he made some very critical mistakes early on, and it may be further compounding it, but this is somebody who clearly thinks he can talk his way out of something. And I think that has to do with his background as a lawyer, as somebody who's been very convincing. I mean, remember, part of what he's been alleged to have done is con his best friends out of money. I mean, this is somebody who the prosecution says can look in the eyes of his best friends and con them. And so, I think the prosecution has done a really good job over the last 4.5 weeks of laying the foundation of Alex Murdaugh as somebody who really can't be trusted, and will lie to save his own hide. And I think that the jury is going to probably be very skeptical as they hear him and even see his emotion today. I mean, the emotion can cut both ways. He's been crying a lot throughout the trial. Those could be tears of sadness. They also could be tears of regret. And so it could cut both ways. So I don't think the emotion at the end of the day is going to do much. And I think that the prosecution's clearly ready to lay out a blistering cross-examination, not only on his alibi and the way he acted, but also on just weeks and weeks of financial crimes evidence.
If he was your client, what would you have told him?
I think at the end of the day, this is a decision that he's going to make, and nobody is going to tell him one way or the other what to make. I think that I would sit down and have a very strong heart-to-heart conversation about what the cross-examination is going to look like. It would be something that we would moot out many, many times to make sure he understood what it's going to sound like when he is asked these questions. And I think he's going to have to make a decision once he, gets through that about whether this is something that he thinks will help him. It's a very personal decision. I think given the fact that the judge is allowing all of this financial crimes evidence in, it's a terrible mistake to do what he's about to do. I do think that. But so I think the judge's ruling is, opens the door to all sorts of evidence coming in that it's going to make it really a field of landmines for him to testify.
How long do you think this testimony could go for? Do you think it's going to be a brief testimony? Do you think this is going to go for the rest of the day? I know that's hard to predict, but I mean, is there a lot to say? I
think he's very likely to be on the stand for a week at this rate, because not only is he going to be asked to meticulously go through his alibi and why he did what he did and why he said what he said. The defense is going to try to humanize him, give a sense of his background. That's going to take some time. But the prosecution is likely to go through all of this financial crimes evidence before even getting to the murder case itself, to go through all the financial crimes evidence in a painstaking way. And in fact, you heard Dick Harpootlian earlier today saying this to the judge. He said, this is not the Bernie Madoff trial. He said, this is a murder trial. And this is likely to add another week to the trial. So I think once he's on, I think we can expect many days of cross-examination by Prosecutor Waters. I think we'll be seeing a lot of that, and then there'll probably be a redirect after that to try to rehabilitate him.
All right, Duncan Lavin, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us here. I appreciate it. Anything you want to add about all of this before I let you go?
Today's the day to watch. If anyone hasn't been watching the trial, this is what it's all coming down to. If he takes a stand, and again, we're not going to know it until he actually steps on the stand and starts testifying, but if he does, I think there's no work that's going to be happening in South Carolina today. Everybody's going to be listening with bated breath to what he has to say.
Can he still change his mind? He has said that he's going to testify. He said that in front of the court, but if he decides he doesn't want to after all, can he change his decision, or is this firm? He has to do it now.
No, this is exactly what they would say is a game time decision. The minute he steps onto that stand and raises his hand and is sworn in and starts testifying, that's when we know he's testifying. Up to that very instant, he could change his mind anytime, and that's his right.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time to talk to us and provide that insight.
Thanks so much for having me, Josh. Appreciate it.
All right, everyone, it is 10:12 over on the East Coast and 7:12 on the West Coast. We are waiting right now as the final witness is testifying prior to Alec Murdaugh taking the stand there in his own defense. We learned maybe about 30 minutes ago that he will actually testify in this case. There were rumors that he would, but now it is confirmed here. So we'll bring that testimony to you raw and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head to our first commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, we will go back into the courtroom there in Walterboro, South Carolina, pop up the audio, and listen in. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 10:15 on the East Coast and 7:15 on the West Coast. I do want to get back into some of the big stories that we have been following here. Of course, we told you earlier that Alec Murdaugh will now testify in his own defense, and we spoke with an expert a short time ago who says that testimony could go on for a week. It could add a week to the actual case itself, which was expected to go to the jury next week. Not looking likely anymore, as Murdaugh does take the stand later today. You can watch that live, raw, and unfiltered. I do want to get to an update on this other story we've been following here. A Florida TV news reporter who was shot and killed while reporting at a murder scene in Orlando has been identified by his TV station and remembered as a, quote, motivated and talented professional who is living his dream in Orlando. Spectrum News 13 announced on Thursday that its reporter Dylan Lyons, seen right there on the right side of your screen, was shot Wednesday afternoon while at the scene of a shooting in Pine Hills. Lyons later died at the hospital from his injuries. Now, Jesse Walden there on the left, a photographer for News 13, was also shot, and at last check, he does remain in critical condition at the hospital. We are told the sheriff in that area, Orange County, Florida, will hold an update coming up in about an hour and 15 minutes at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered with the latest information. So I do want to head back into the courtroom now over in Walterboro, South Carolina, as the last witness is testifying prior to Alec Murdaugh taking the stand in his own defense. The disgraced South Carolina attorney charged with murdering his wife and son back in 2021. Let's pop the audio back up as we go live into that courtroom in Walterboro, South Carolina.
Sitting at the counsel table right there in between his lawyers?
Yes.
And I think you said you hugged, is that right?
We did.
And what thing did he repeat to you twice?
The boat wreck. The boat wreck, the boat wreck.
That's the thing he said to you.
That's right.
And did he also ask you to get in touch with Rogan?
He did.
And you know Rogan Gibson?
I do.
Friends with him as well?
Yes, sir.
So the two things he says to you there is, two of the things he says is the boat wreck. I think he said the effing boat wreck. Is that right?
He did.
And get in touch with Rogan.
Yeah, it was a little while later, but yes, he asked me to call Rogan.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence. Further questions? Thank you.
Redirect.
You mentioned that Paul would clean his cars out down by the kennel area,
Right.
his trucks. Are you aware that he took his truck in to be serviced
I
that
was.
Friday?
Yes.
Okay. And he cleaned that out before he went?
Yes.
And if you're at the house in Moselle, can you see in detail at night what's happening at the kennels?
You could just see the lights, and you could tell that the lights were on, and you could see the roof, but that's really about all you could see.
So just the roof and just the lights?
That's right.
Okay.
You noticed something was down there, but you weren't really able to tell exactly what it was.
Okay, and going back to June 7th, you went out there in the morning for the dove field?
That's right.
Okay, and did you see the black Ford F-50 up at the house?
I did.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we have you go to the jury room for a short break. Please do not discuss the case.
All right, so that was the last witness before Alec Murdaugh is expected to testify in his own defense. Experts saying it could take a week for him to get through his entire testimony. We're going to bring that to you here, live, raw, and unfiltered. For now, it is 10:20 on the East Coast and 7:20 on the West Coast. The jury has been escorted out for just a second. This seems like the perfect time to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, we'll head back into that courtroom in Walterboro, South Carolina. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look from our camera that is over in Walterboro, South Carolina. This is in the courtroom where any minute now we will see the jury return and the courtroom will fill back up as Alec Murdaugh is expected to testify in his own defense here. Now, experts have said this could go on for quite a while. It might not be a quick testimony as both sides do have the chance to ask him questions. It sounds as though his attorneys may have said this is not a great idea, but he has chosen to do it. We do know that he is an attorney himself, so he does know this situation. He knows exactly what he's agreeing to. We will bring you that testimony here live, raw, and unfiltered as it does happen. I do actually want to bring you very briefly, as the judge was asking Alec Murdaugh if he wanted to testify a bit earlier. It was a pretty quick conversation, just a couple minutes. I do actually want to play that for you again here, raw and unfiltered.
Is a personal right, and no one can waive this right except you. If you decide to testify, you will be subject to the same rules that govern other witnesses, and you may be examined and cross-examined on any relevant issue in this case. If you decide to testify, the decision on your part must be freely, voluntarily, and intelligently made with knowledge of the protections given to you by the Fifth Amendment and the consequences of your decision to testify. As I understand that you have no convictions involving dishonesty or false statements or for any crimes punishable by more than 1 year imprisonment, but as it relates to any other relevant issue as determined by the court, you may be examined or cross-examined on any relevant issue. Do you understand?
I do, yes, sir.
If you decide not to testify, I will instruct the jurors that they cannot give the fact that you did not testify any consideration whatsoever, and that there is to be absolutely no prejudice to you because you did not testify. It is left entirely up to you whether or not you testify. You may talk with your attorneys, Mr. Harpootlian, Mr. Griffin, Mr. Barber, Ms. Fox, family, friends, or anyone else, but the final decision will be left entirely up to you. Do you understand what I've explained?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you have any questions whatsoever as to what I've explained?
No, sir, thank you.
Yes, sir. And you've talked with your lawyers about whether or not you've testified. Mr. Harpootlian just suggested advice he's given to you. The court has no comment whatsoever as to whether you should or should not testify. But do you wish to confer with lawyers some more about whether or not you should testify?
No, sir, I don't need to talk to them anymore.
Have you made a decision as to whether you're going to testify?
Yes, sir.
All right, and what is your decision?
I am going to testify. I want to testify.
All right, very well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we'll have one short witness before Mr. Murdaugh.
Very well.
All right, this is a live look inside the courtroom there in Walterboro, South Carolina, as we do wait for court to resume, and Alec Murdaugh will testify in his own defense. We'll bring those comments to you here on Live Now from Fox. That is what we do. We cover breaking news around the clock. I do want to get to some of the other stories that we are covering right now, and this is one we've been bringing you for several days, of course. We know that former U.S. President Jimmy Carter is now in home hospice there. He is over in Plains, Georgia, his hometown. He is so well known in that area. I do want to talk a little bit more about his politics here as he is being remembered. Dr. Trish Krause joins us here. She is with the University of New Haven and has more to say about him. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome.
So first off, my big question here is Jimmy Carter. He served one term as U.S. president, but seems to be one of the most well-known, I would say. Obviously, it's a fairly recent presidency, but how do you think he is going to be remembered?
Yeah, I think, part of him being so well known and well remembered is mostly coming from what he did after his presidency. I hate to say he was an unremarkable president, but when people talk about Jimmy Carter, a lot of times what they talk about is what he did after he left office as opposed to what he did while he was in office. And I think those are the things that he's going to be most remembered for.
Talk a little bit about his politics in general, because we know that we're seeing people on both sides of the aisle that are coming together and they're saying, in a time when things are politically divided, they're sharing their memories of Jimmy Carter. He was the U.S. president. Talk a little bit about his politics overall.
So, most of what Jimmy Carter did was guided by ethics and moral principles, which is something that I don't think you see a lot with presidents. I think this kind of hindered him as president. The Iran hostage crisis, he tried desperately to sort of resolve that while he was president. But I think part of the problem was he was trying too much to take a moral, diplomatic, ethical approach to that. And it just hurt him in the sense that he wasn't able to resolve it. And then, of course, the hostages were released on the day that Reagan was inaugurated, and that was sort of a last insult that Iran kind of threw at Carter. So I think, he's, in terms of politics, and especially policies, he's kind of remembered as not being as aggressive as some other presidents. The one time he tried to be aggressive with sending in the helicopter, 8 servicemen were killed in that. That didn't go over well with the American public. So, I think he was complicated in his approach to the presidency. He certainly did a lot in terms of human rights and trying to kind of solve the world's problems, again, from sort of a moral, ethical approach. I'm just not sure how effective he was in terms of his politics, as we've seen with other presidents.
And I don't know if you can speak to this, but what are your thoughts on the fact that he did only serve one term? He was obviously defeated. Why might that have been? I would say it's fairly well known, but in your opinion, why might that have been?
Well, I mean, part of it was, again, people saw him as ineffectual as a president, both Republicans and Democrats. And I think that was his biggest issue, was that he sort of failed the Democratic Party. That he was trying to sort of reinvent the Democratic Party during his presidency, and that did not really go over well for him. And he just didn't make good decisions a lot of the time. And I think the American people liked him probably as a person, just didn't see him as being a very effective leader.
And I'm sure, so many people are sharing their memories of him, and just, obviously everyone has a story, I would say, about Jimmy Carter. Is there anything over his time as president or afterward that kind of sticks out to you that people are going to be talking about and remembering when it does come to Jimmy Carter?
Yeah, I do think it's going to be his humility, his push for human rights. He was an ambassador for Habitat for Humanity for many, many years. Everything that he did with the intention of helping others. I've said this before, that his goal was never to make money off the presidency. He did write several books, but a lot of that, I think, was with the intention of trying to help other people. I was in I think, sixth grade when he was elected president. And I do remember sort of my social studies teacher showing us his inauguration and just pointing out, here's this sort of humble peanut farmer from Georgia, which is, his label that he was given, that became president. So I think a lot of people can sort of, they can sort of connect with him on that level, that he was sort of like an every person's person who had become president. But I think it's really what he did after he left the White House. He won the Nobel Peace Prize. He's done so many other things after leaving the White House. And I think that's what the memories that people are going to be sharing, not so much his presidency itself, but what he did afterwards.
All right, Dr. Trish Krause, practitioner in residence, political science there at University of New Haven. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us today. Anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
I just think that, we're kind of jumping the gun a little bit. He's still alive. I hope people remember that, don't talk about him right now as if he's passed. I do understand what hospice care is, but, I don't want people to sort of put him in the ground before he's actually there, and just remember that he's still, his Carter organization is still doing the great work that he's done all his life.
It's very true. He is still alive at the age of 98. He is in home hospice, but he is very much alive right now. Thank you so much again for taking the time to talk to us.
You're welcome.
All right, everyone, I do want to take you back out to this live image over in Walterboro, South Carolina, as we are waiting for Alec Murdaugh to take the stand in his double murder trial. We learned that a bit earlier today that he did plan to testify in his own defense. They finished up with the last witness prior to that, and he should be on the stand here in the coming minutes. I do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break in the meantime. On the other side, we'll get back into your headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 1036 on the East Coast and 736 on the West Coast. Court now back in session over there in Walterboro, South Carolina, as Alec Murdaugh is set to testify in his own defense. We did hear from the last witness prior to that. I want to pop up the audio back in. Several experts saying this could actually go on for several days. It could be a week or so of Murdaugh testifying. Let's pop up the audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. All right, as I said that, the audio did go out. I'm keeping an eye on that stream, though, and once we see the audio pop back in, we will go live into that. They have been turning off the audio when there are private matters that need to be discussed, or really if just nobody's talking or testifying at the time. All right, so while they're waiting here to actually do that testimony, I do want to go over some of what we learned in court just yesterday here. So the first officer to arrive after Alec Murdaugh called 911 to report his wife and son were seriously hurt noted at the attorney's double murder trial that the suspect was upset, but that he had no tears in his eyes at the time. During the first day of testimony, jurors watched Colleton County Sergeant Daniel Green's body camera footage and other video from Murdaugh's South Carolina hunting lodge on June 7th of 2021. The footage does show Green questioning Murdaugh and protecting the crime scene since Paul and Maggie Murdaugh were obviously dead. Murdaugh's lawyer questioned Green at length on what he did at the scene, suggesting that officers disturbed potential evidence by walking around in the dark without flashlights, failing to look for shoe prints or tire tracks, and standing near the bodies after it was established that they had died. Murdaugh, 54 years old, standing trial on 2 counts of murder. Investigators said his 22-year-old son Paul was shot twice with a shotgun near kennels outside the family's home in Colleton County, and it's a hunting lodge there. His 52-year-old wife, Maggie, was shot 4, possibly 5 times with a rifle close by. Both victims were shot in the head after they were gravely wounded. That is according to investigators. So Murdaugh is on trial for the murders of his wife and son. And right now you're taking a live look inside that courtroom in Walterboro, South Carolina. Murdaugh does face 30 years to life in prison if he is convicted of those crimes. Now, it took Green about 20 minutes after that 911 call to get to the Murdaugh home in the rural county of about 38,000 people. He testified that when he arrived, he saw Murdaugh talking on the phone, standing near where the bodies were found with a shotgun resting against his truck that Murdaugh said he grabbed for protection. Later Thursday, Colleton County Sheriff's Captain Jason Chapman testified that he noticed that too, but he said Murdaugh did look, quote-unquote, tormented. The deputy testified that Murdaugh seemed to settle down and pay attention to parts of the investigation, such as when deputies tried to follow tire marks. This all testimony that did happen earlier on today, prior to Murdaugh actually testifying, which at this point should happen any moment now. And you can actually hear in the background the audio is up, but there is no one speaking at this point. I do want to pop the audio back up and listen in, as it does appear that this should get underway fairly soon. As of right now, we are live in Walterboro, South Carolina, inside of this courtroom. I believe it is day 23. This has been going on for more than 3 weeks, and it was expected to wrap up next week. However, at this point, experts are predicting, since Murdaugh is going to testify, that this could go for an extra week or so. He could be on the stand there for a week's time, as there are so many questions that are expected to be asked of him by both sides here. I would imagine they are waiting on the jury to re-enter the courtroom at this moment, so things are fairly quiet as we wait for Alec Murdaugh to take the stand again in his own defense. The disgraced South Carolina attorney accused of murdering his wife and son back in 2021. So in court here, Murdaugh did appear to be distraught several other times during some graphic testimony as officers and first responders talked about how his son's brain was, quote, ripped away by the shotgun blast and was found by his feet, and that his wife had a hole in her head big enough to see her skull. Again, very graphic testimony that has been presented throughout this entire trial here. So viewer discretion always advised when you're watching a murder trial like this. Prosecutors also had the 911 call played in court, during which a deeply upset and agitated Murdaugh told the operator several times that neither his son or wife was breathing and did ask for an ambulance to hurry. Murdaugh also faces about 100 charges related to other crimes, including money laundering, stealing millions from clients and the family law firm, tax evasion, and trying to get a man to fatally shoot him so his surviving son could collect a $10 million life insurance policy. He was being held in jail without bond on those counts before he was charged with the murders of his wife and son.
Thank you.
As this gets back underway, I'm going to pop up the audio and listen in. The jury now re-entering the courtroom there in Walterboro, South Carolina, ahead of that testimony from Alec Murdaugh.
You cannot sit in the jury box. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defendant, Alexander Murdaugh, wishes to take the stand.
Watch your step. Yes, ma'am. You'll place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You'll have a seat on the witness stand. Adjust that microphone. And if you don't mind stating your full name again and spelling your last name.
I'm Alec Murdaugh, M-U-R-D-A-U-G-H. Good morning.
Mr. Murdaugh, on June 7th, 2021, did you take this gun or any gun like it and shoot your son Paul in the chest in the feed room at your property off Moselle Road?
No, I did not.
Mr. Murdaugh, did you take this gun or any gun like it and blow your son's brains out on June 7th or any day or any time?
No, I did not.
Mr. Murdaugh, did you take a 300 blackout, such as this, and fire it into your wife Maggie's leg, torso, or any part of her body?
No, I did not.
Did you shoot a 300 blackout into her head, causing her death?
Mr. Griffin, I didn't shoot my wife or my son anytime. Ever.
Mr. Murdaugh, is that you on the kennel video at 8:44 p.m. on June 7th, the night Maggie and Paul were murdered?
It is.
Were you in fact at the kennels at 8:44 p.m. on the night Maggie and Paul were murdered?
I was.
Did you lie to Sled Agent Owen and Deputy Laura Rutland on the night of June 7th and told them that you stayed at the house after dinner?
I did lie to them.
Did you lie to Agent Owen and Agent Croft on the follow-up interview on June 10th that the last time you saw Maggie and Paul was at dinner?
I did lie to them.
And in the interview of August 11th, did you tell Agent Owen and Agent Croft, did you lie to them by telling them that you were not down at the kennels on that night?
Yes.
Alec, why did you lie to Agent Owen, Agent Croft, and Deputy Rutland about the last time you saw Maggie and Paul?
As my addiction evolved over time, I would get in these situations or circumstances where I would get paranoid thinking. It could be anything that triggered it. It might be a look somebody gave me. It might be a reaction somebody had to something I did. It might be a policeman following me in a car. That night, June 7th, after finding Mags and Paul, don't talk to anybody without Danny with you. All my partners were just repeatedly telling me that. I had a deputy sheriff taking gunshot tests from my hands. I'm sitting in a police car with David Owen asking me about my relationship with my wife and my son. And all those things coupled together after finding them, coupled with my distrust for SLED, caused me to have paranoid thoughts. Normally, when these paranoid thoughts would hit me, I could take a deep breath real quick and just think about it, reason my way through it, and just get past it really quickly. On June the 7th, I wasn't thinking clearly. I don't think I was capable of reason. And I lied about being down there. And I'm so sorry that I did. I'm sorry to my son Buster. I'm sorry to Grandma and Papa T. I'm sorry to both of our families. Most of all, I'm sorry to Mags and Pawpaw. I would never intentionally do anything to hurt either one of them. Ever. Ever.
Did you continue lying after that night? Did you not?
But once I lied, I continued to lie. Yes, sir.
Why?
You know, oh, what a tangled web we weave. But once I told a lie, I told my family, I had to keep lying.
Alex, tell the jury what happened on the evening of June 7th, starting when you met with Paul.
I'd been at work that day, a fairly normal day. You mean start in the morning, or?
Sure, start in the morning.
It was just a regular morning. Maggie was leaving to go out of town. She was going to a doctor's appointment, and she had some stuff to do at Edista, where she was having some work done on our house at Edista. But Maggie was there that morning. She went to leave, and she told me she was doing these things. I always asked Maggie to come back home and stay with me. But anyway, Maggie had left. She did her thing. I went to work, did work. I learned from Paul that.
Who's Paul?
That's Paul, my son Paul, Murdaugh.
And your name for him was Paul.
Yeah, we called him Paul.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And Buster, Maggie, I called him Paul or Paul Terry, but Mags called him Paul. Buster called him Paul. A lot of people called him Paul. But anyway, I learned about I'd known that CB, the guy that worked for us, had sprayed the sunflowers. I knew about that, but I'd been out of town. I didn't know they were dead. Paul let me know they had died. So we had to replant the dove field. That's our dove field, which the dove field is just a big social part of having property. People come, and it's just a social big part of it. So the dove field was a big deal. So when the sunflowers got killed, we knew they were dead. Paul was coming home, and I learned that early Monday morning.
And and we'll catch back up. But at some point in time, did you meet up with Paul?
Yeah, after work, I met Paul at the property.
And we're going to backfill and talk about more of the day, but I just want to focus in on that evening right now.
Okay.
When Paul gets to the property, what do y'all do?
First thing we do is we go to the dove field, and we look at the dove field. And
how did you get to the dove field?
He had come in my brother's truck. We got in my son Buster's black pickup truck. We called it Buster's truck, or the black pickup truck. You've heard it called too, but I call it Buster's truck.
Okay, so you're in Buster's truck, and you go to the dove field. Tell the jury what else.
Well, that's the first thing we do. We go to the dove field and we look, and it was clearly it didn't. You could tell they were. You could tell they'd been sprayed, and you could tell they were dead. They might have still had a tiny bit of life, but they were dead. So we knew that. So we knew we had to replant the whole field. So that didn't take but a second. But after that, Paul. We just rode the property. We spent time together. We rode around and we spent time together on the property.
Did you go to the duck pond?
Oh yeah, we went to several food plots. We went to Single Oak Stand, we called it, which is across the road. I know we went to the Bridge Stand. We went to the duck pond where we stayed for a minute, and
did you?
I can remember the duck pond specifically because I had helped Paul plant the dove field and the corn in the dove field. So sunflowers, corn, and I had helped him plant the corn in the dove field. Paul had planted the duck pond by himself, and he's making a really big deal to me about how much better the corn was doing in the duck pond than it was in the dove field. We stayed there for a little while. We were at the cabin for a little while. We rode around the cabin looking at it.
Now, cabin is what?
That's it's just a little small. It's truly a cabin. It's a 4-room structure. It's got a little living area, a little kitchen, and it's got 2 little bedrooms and 1 little bathroom. And that's what you've heard talk about, where the kids stayed some summers. And
is that what the jury's seen? Some overhead pictures. It's right there on Moselle Road.
Yeah, it's right up on Moselle Road, and it's very close to the driveway that goes to the shop and the kennels.
Did you spend any time at the shop, you think?
Oh, yes. I mean, the shop was, I mean, that was sort of the hub. That was the main place. If you weren't at the house, you might be out going to this field or this food plot or this duck pond or this part of the river, but the shop is where the kennels were located. You know, that was, you were always there. Something was always going on there. You're always doing something there. That's where all the tools were. That's where all the equipment was kept. I mean, that was the main hub.
Right.
And so we were there that day. I mean, there was a point in time where we unloaded a bulldozer that had been on a different part of the property. It was on a trailer. We unloaded it and sprayed it down real quick. That was just one of the many things we did that day.
One of the things the jury's seen, Alec, is a Snapchat video of you and doing something with a tree. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah.
And so what was happening there?
That's just part of when we were riding. That particular location where that was is at a food plot that we called Sawtooth Oaks, and it was named that because there were some sawtooth oaks that were planted there that you can't see in the picture. But what that tree is, at all these food plots, there's an area where it's not as big as a field, but it's like a field where you plant vegetation for wildlife. Like it might be cowpeas or soybeans, but you plant, and then there's a feeder to attract deer. Then we planted these little fruit trees on these stands, and what you see me doing is fooling with a fruit tree that I'd been tending to. It had fallen over. I had straps on it. I had strings on it that were holding it up. One of the strings popped. I undid the other string, and it was falling over, and Pawpaw was laughing at me trying to get it back upright. And it was just a fruit tree that I'd been dealing with for years. And it wouldn't stand up straight.
And were you and Paul having a good time at that point?
You could not be around Paul. You could not be around him and not have a good time.
Were you close to Paul?
You couldn't be any closer than Paul and I and Buster and I were and are. He's just wonderful. Wonderful.
And it's one of the things you enjoyed doing together was just riding the property?
I love doing anything with Paul. It was an absolute delight. But yeah, one of the things, I mean, Paul's passion. I mean, Paul was passionate about a lot of things, but that property was really a passion of his. I mean, he loved to work it. He loved to work the fields. He loved to work the food plots. He loved to hunt. I mean, he'd work on the roads. I mean, he would work on all of it. I mean, he would work on the structure. I mean, he worked on the whole property. It was his passion.
So on the evening of the 7th, jury's been inundated with data from various different sources, but
sure,
just ballpark. Can you, knowing what we know now after reviewing everything, but roughly when do you remember Paul getting there and you getting there, starting to ride the property?
Now that I've had the benefit of seeing all of these records, Paul got home, I believe, a little bit before 7 o'clock. And I got home a little bit before him. I think the details had been that I got home around 6:42 or 6:45 or something like that, and Paul got there very quickly thereafter,
and then
by 7 o'clock.
So you rode the property for a while. Do you remember when Maggie arrived?
Yeah, it was later than that. It was 8 or after 8. I think it was after 8 and looking at the records. A little bit after 8.
And do you remember her arriving or where you were when she arrived?
I believe that I was at the shop when she came through, which would not be unusual for her, having been away. If Blanca had gotten the mail or somebody had gotten the mail, maybe not, but if somebody had not gotten the mail, it would be perfectly normal for her to pull through there. And I believe she did pull through there that day. And Paul and I were at the shop, I believe.
And then what did you do after Maggie arrived?
Maggie went to the house, and I know that. But shortly after, however I learned that Maggie got home, I went to the house when Maggie got home, and I left Paul at the shop.
So, and what did you do when you got to the house?
I saw Mags, talked to Mags, and I took a shower.
The clothes that we saw in that Snapchat video was that the clothes you had at work that day?
Yes, those are the clothes I had on at work that day.
And the jury's seen you in those clothes, and what's on June 7th. How tall were you, and how much did you weigh?
On June 7th, well, I'm a hair over 6'4", right at 6'4". On June the 7th, I was about 265 pounds, 264, 265.
And this was in June, June 7th?
Yes, sir.
You know, when you're outside, riding around and doing, do you get hot and sweaty?
Absolutely. I mean, Paul and I had done some things. We unloaded the bulldozer, cleaned the bulldozer, we fooled around. Yeah, I mean, I sweated. I was heavy, and taking prescription pills also makes you sweat worse, or at least taking oxycodone makes you sweat more than you normally do.
So was it unusual for you to take a shower when you got back to the house?
Not at all.
And after you took a shower, what did you change into?
I changed into the clothes that you've seen in this trial, shorts and the shirt.
Okay. When you got out of the shower and changed clothes, what did you do next?
I went back out where Mags and Pawpaw were, and
what were
for
they
dinner.
Doing? What's going on?
Mags had, as you've heard, Blanca had prepared dinner, but it had been cooked earlier. Mags had fixed. I know Mags had fixed mine and her plate because I didn't fix a plate. She may have fixed Pawpaw. Pawpaw was eating, and Pawpaw was almost done eating by the time I got back out, which also wasn't unusual. I mean, Pawpaw was always on the go. I mean, he never sat still. And, you know, he'd sit down to eat, but then he's going on to his next item.
And
so then Maggie and I ate.
And you all eat at the table? Do you eat at the den? What's your normal habit?
We would do both, but, I mean, when we ate at the table, it was really sort of more formal or not formal, but just more of an organized thing. What we would normally do on a regular evening is we would eat in the den in front of the TV. And that's where we ate that day. I ate on the couch, the table. Maggie had a little a TV tray that she kept over there, and Pawpaw would usually sit in a recliner and eat off of the ottoman.
And was the TV on?
Yes.
Was that normal for the TV to be on?
Yes. TV, if we were in the house, the TV was on.
So what happened next, Alec?
Pawpaw moved on doing whatever he was doing. I don't know if he was in the gun room doing something, or he was in his room doing something, or he was outside doing something. I actually thought he'd gone to the shed, but in looking to the shop, but in looking at the benefit of having these records that we have, I know he was still at the house or somewhere around the house doing something, but he wasn't in there with Maggie and I. But Maggie wanted to go to the kennels, and I had eaten dinner. I laid back on the couch where I was sitting. Maggie wanted to go to the kennels, and she asked me to go, and I didn't go at that time. I didn't want to go.
Why didn't you want to go?
It was hot. I just had a shower. I knew I'd end up doing more work, sweating more, and the dogs is always a chaotic scene, and I just didn't want to go right then.
Well, let me ask you, what had you done the previous days, like Friday and Saturday and Sunday?
Start with Friday or go backwards?
Yeah, start with Friday.
All right,
just briefly.
So 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th. So June the 4th, my dad was in the hospital in Savannah, Georgia, at Memorial Hospital. And I went down to visit him Friday afternoon, and I stayed with him in the hospital. I spent the night there. You know, he was real sick. I mean, he was having a hard time.
Did you get much sleep Friday night?
No, I mean, I had a real sweet nurse found me. At first, there was just a hard chair in there like this, but a nurse found me a soft chair, sort of like a recliner. So, I mean, I'm sure I slept, but I didn't sleep. You know, I didn't get a night's sleep. No, sir.
And then Saturday and Sunday?
Saturday, we had plans with Buster and Brooklyn. Y'all have heard about Brooklyn. It's Buster's wonderful little girlfriend. And Mags and I had plans with them to meet them in Columbia, to go to the South Carolina. It was a regional baseball tournament. And South Carolina was playing Virginia, I believe. So when I got back from Savannah and met up with Mags, at some point we headed to Columbia. So, I mean, there wasn't a lot going on in between there. We headed up to Columbia and met Bus in Brooklyn.
And then, did you stay in Columbia Saturday night?
We did. We went to the ball game, and I remember it was an evening game. We went pretty early and tailgated. Maggie had reconnected with a college friend who coincidentally had married a college friend of mine, and they had a son that played for Carolina. He was a first baseman, and a really good little player. And we met them and tailgated with them, and it was a lot of fun. They had a lot of the parents of the players that were playing for Carolina, and it was a fun time. We tailgated, and then we went to, and it was a night game, so we went to the game, and the game got over. You know, it was fairly late into the evening, and after that, Bus, Brooklyn, and Mags and I believe we went to the restaurant in the hotel where we were staying, but we went and had dinner, and then Bus and Brooklyn went home, and of course Maggie and I went to our room.
And then get up the next day. Was there another game?
Another game the next day. That's right. And
then after that you head back to Moselle with Maggie.
Yeah, we went to the game. That's right. Mags and I go back to Moselle.
The jury's heard about, I think Ms. Rass talked about you bringing Krispy Kreme donuts to your dad.
Maggie loved her. She spoiled my dad, and always taking him something. My dad loved sweets, and she and I picked up donuts and took Krispy Kreme donuts to him.
And then y'all both spent the night together at Moselle on Sunday night. Did you both spend the night at Moselle on Sunday night?
Yes.
And then the 7th was a work day?
That's right. It was a Monday, June the 7th.
Hang on. I'll rephrase it.
I'm sorry.
Was Monday the 7th a work day for you?
Yes.
Okay. And I just wanted to give that background. And so moving forward to when you testified previously about Maggie asking you to go to the kennels, were you tired?
Oh, yes, I was tired.
And you had just had a shower.
Just had a shower.
And you said that, well, did you go with Maggie to the kennels immediately?
No, I did not.
What'd you do?
All right, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered there as Alec Murdaugh is testifying in the double murder trial where, of course, he is accused of killing his wife and son back in 2021. We have been covering this around the clock. That testimony underway right now and could last for, at this point, a week or so. That is according to experts there, based on just how many questions he is asked. For now, let's step away for our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and we'll dip back in as Alec Murdaugh does continue that testimony. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Area. So that's why I believe that it hadn't been long before they've been let out.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You can hear Alec Murdaugh still testifying there in the double murder trial. He is on trial for killing his wife and son back in 2021. Let's pop the audio back up as he takes the stand in his own defense.
They make a lot of racket. It's like a, I know this sounds silly, but it's like a guard bird. Because anytime, they just make a lot of racket anytime anything unusual is going on. If anything disturbs them, it could be a person, it could be somebody driving up, whatever, they're going to make a lot of racket. So Grady's chasing the guineas. Paul's fooling with Rogan's dog Cash. Maggie's just kind of standing there watching the dogs, which is normal, and they were in that place. As the dogs are out longer, they branch out more. But at that point in time, they were right there. So that told me they hadn't been out a long time. Bubba catches the chicken. I'm talking to Maggie for just a short time before Bubba catches the chicken. I take the chicken, I put it, when Bubba didn't chase, these dogs didn't chase the chickens to kill them. And they didn't normally kill them. They did kill them sometimes, but it was about the chase with those dogs. And they were proud when they caught one. You could just tell by the way Bubba would prance to you when he brought the chicken to you. He was proud that he had caught it. But he wasn't trying to kill it. And so most times the chicken wasn't dead. And that chicken wasn't dead. But a lot of times they would be stunned and they would be just real lethargic. So you had to take the chicken and you had to put it up somewhere where, you know, the chicken could be by itself for a minute, and it would eventually, usually, you know, come back to normal and go on about its, you know, whatever a chicken does.
Did you get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
I did. I took the chicken from Bubba and I put it on top of that.
Now we've seen, you know, this video of Paul with Cash, Rogan's dog. Did you know that was going on? What do you remember about that?
Yeah, I knew Paul was fooling with. When I pulled up on the golf cart, Maggie was standing back, sort of where the driveway would be. It sort of runs out at the feed room. The storage room's what we call it. It's been called the feed room. But it sort of ran out. Maggie was a little bit further up where she could see back in that angle where the dogs were. Paul was fooling with Rogan's dog back towards the kennel. If I remember when I first got there, Paul was more in the driveway, but then I knew Paul was in the kennel fooling with Cash, yes. But did I know what he was doing? I didn't know exactly what he was doing, no.
Did you?
I knew he was fooling with his. I knew he was fooling with his tail.
Was Cash in the kennel when you pulled up, you think?
Not when I first got there.
Okay. Did Bubba or Grady have any collars on?
Yes.
Which, both dogs, one dog, do you remember?
I don't know about Grady, but I know Bubba had on his what we call a tracking collar. Paul, for his hunting dogs, Paul had a series of tracking collars, and I think there were 5. It might have been 6, but it's a tracking collar that had a device that would tell you where that collar was, so that Bubba was bad about, you know, he would stay close for a minute, but then he would take off, and he especially do that on Maggie. He would take off and run, and so he had on a tracking collar that if he did that, you could, you know, you could know, okay, he's, you know, a half a mile down here. It's not going to follow him but so far, but it would follow a good long distance, so you could go get the dog if he ran off, which Bubba frequently would do, especially when it was just Mags and Bubba. And so Paul probably would have been the one to put that on Bubba.
So you've got us where you've gotten the chicken out of Bubba's mouth and put it up on a doghouse or something?
I believe what I put it on, and I don't remember this, but I've seen pictures and all this, and I saw the chicken sitting on top of the what looks to me like a portable dog crate. Wherever it was sitting on there is where I would have put it up there. You know, have any reason to believe anybody else moved that chicken, and ultimately that chicken did die.
And what did you do after you got the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
I got out of there. I left. I went back to the house.
All right. Well, before we do that, we've seen the dog kennel video with Cash and Mr. Davis. We slowed it down for him. Did you see the water hose in that video on the ground? Do you remember seeing that?
Yes, I do.
Was the water hose out?
Obviously.
It is 11:21 on the East Coast and 8:21 on the West Coast. You are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered as Alec Murdaugh is taking the stand, testifying in his own defense. As you can see there on your screen, he said, quote, "I didn't shoot my wife or my son." Now, we do know that he also said that he would get paranoid during his addiction. At this point, there's a long line of questioning to where experts say this could actually go on for about a week or so, at least several days that he could be on the stand. We knew initially that it did appear things could wrap up next week. It no longer appears that is the case, as again, Alec Murdaugh is there testifying in his own defense. All right, before we go to a break here, I do want to remind you that we do have a special that will air tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Tomorrow does mark 1 year since the war in Ukraine began. That is the first anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, our very own Andrew Kraft will have a series of stories focusing on the war in Ukraine. So be sure to watch again, if I haven't said it enough, 8 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow night. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break here, as it is 11:22 on the East Coast and 8:22 on the West Coast. We'll be right back with more of your headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
So you went back to the house, you laid down on the couch, and then what happened next?
I'm not positive. I dozed off for a minute or didn't doze off for a minute, but I got up off of the couch and I made up my mind I was going to visit my mom.
Had you spoken to Barbara Mixon earlier in the day?
I did.
And
I talked to Barbara most days. If I didn't see her, I talked to her.
And what was your understanding of your mother's condition late on the afternoon of the 7th?
She was agitated, which she got agitated when my dad, we were putting my dad in the hospital. I mean, he had a lot, over the 18 months, 2 years. I mean, my dad was in the hospital. He was in the hospital a lot. And my mom, I believe my mom knew when my dad wasn't there because, she would get agitated. That's just the only term you can think of. She'd get agitated. She'd cry a lot. She'd be fussy when she normally wouldn't be fussy. I know Alzheimer's patients are unpredictable, but I'm convinced she knew because it happened frequently. And Barbara Ann told me, your mom's agitated. You need to check on her. I gave her medicine. She's resting. So it wasn't anything urgent. But she's resting. So what Barbara would do, and Barbara could handle her better than, my mama. We all love Barbara. My mama loved Barbara. Barbara could get my mom to do things that nobody else. When she'd fuss for anybody else, including me or my brothers or my sisters, Barbara could get her, in order. And but Barbara had given her medicine and to settle her down and calm her down. and that would sometimes make her go to sleep for a little while. But then she'd be agitated when she woke up.
So did you go check on your mom?
I did.
Where did you park when you got there?
You saw the pictures. There's 2 exits off of that deck. One of them to the right, one of them straight out that back door. I would have parked to the left. If you're coming down these steps, if these are the steps, it would be to the left and back over there.
All right.
Which is where I always parked, or where we always parked, anytime you were going in that entrance.
All right, I'm going to stop there and ask Doug, if you don't mind pulling up States Exhibit 524, which is the GM OnStar data, and slide 38, which is in evidence. Can you see this the slide with those dots?
Yes, sir.
Alec?
I can.
And the red dots here at the that seem to be joined. Where is that in relation to your parents' house?
Where the arrow is?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's back in the area where I'm talking about. All right, so if you look in this picture, all right, you see the you see the open area with the green grass. That's the front door. Okay, yeah, right where that circle is. That's the front door. If you look closely at the house, you can see a big dormer right in the middle of the roof. That's right over the front door. The white thing to the left of the house, that's like a parking pad where the driveway ends. And there's a parking pad. So you go. If you follow the driveway all the way to the house, you're going to run straight into a carport. All right, by the carport door. Just to the left, before you get to the carport, is this area that you can see here. That's part driveway, mainly parking pad.
All right, I'm going to, Doug, if you'll pull up Defendant's Exhibit 130, which is in evidence, please, sir.
Yeah.
And from this photo, can you point out roughly where you parked that evening?
All right, this is the entrance to the right that I'm talking about. There's an exit and an entrance right in front of that door that you see there. So if you came down those steps, walk to your left, would be down there would be where I parked.
Oh, would you have parked on the grass?
You get on the edge of the grass back there. There's some grass there for sure, but it's not the area up here by the house where it's sodded and
sure.
this grass that you can really see in this picture. So it may be on the edge of the grass. Yes.
In relation to the satellite dish, are you looking at this photo? Are you to the right of that?
Yeah, you'd be to the right of that satellite dish.
Okay.
Yes.
And
I believe that satellite dish is right on the edge of the there's a hedge, and like you see the, I don't know what you call it, a border, like a border where the grass ends and the flower bed or whatever it is starts.
Right.
I think you can't see it, but I think that satellite's probably close to that border.
All right. Well, let's
So it'd be to the right of that in this picture.
Doug, will you pull up a Defendant's Exhibit 134? See if this is a. So
yeah.
is the door that you're talking about?
That's it.
The stairs are those the ones where you would enter?
Right. These are the steps that I used that night that we always used, and one of the reasons being is my dad. This door goes into what we call the breakfast room. The breakfast room leads right into the kitchen, and so straight through this door, all of the breakfast room is kind of to the left. That door goes straight through another doorway. There's no door there, but it's like just an opening. It goes into the kitchen. Immediately to your right of that entrance into the kitchen is the entrance into where my mom and dad's rooms were. So if you went through that door, you were in a little area that had my mom's closet, my dad's closet. A little bit further, you go into my mom's bedroom. If you went to the right, you would go. My dad and my mom didn't sleep in the same room at this point, but their bedrooms were, they were back to back. There was a door going from one to the other that was blocked, but it was there, and then there was a bathroom. So this is really the part of the house that at their age was getting used. So that's why you went in this entrance, because my mom and whoever was caring for her was always in her bedroom, which would be just on the other side of the room that has these windows that you see to the right. All right, those would be the windows for the room where my dad slept.
Right.
And then my mom's right on the other side. The kitchen's right there. This is the part of the house they were always in.
And are you the only one that would pull up in the back like that?
No.
Is it common for your brothers and your sister to do the same?
Oh, we all did it. I mean, we all parked in the same way. If you knew you were going to the front of the house, or if you knew there was a crowd there, or for whatever, you may park on the driveway, but if you knew under normal circumstances, my dad always stayed in the breakfast room where he had a recliner and a TV. That's where my dad always was. My dad you would never go catch him sitting in the den up front or in a living room. He just wasn't up there. He was in this room watching TV, or either he was on this back deck. And my mom was either in her room, which was just off of that, or she might be in the kitchen or the breakfast room.
And when you got to the house, who was there? Your mother's house on the night of June 7th.
My mom was there, and Shelley Smith was there.
And what did you do when you got there?
The first thing I did was I knocked on the door. The door was locked. I knocked on the door. Shelley didn't hear me.
And then what did you do next?
I called.
Called what?
I called my mom's house to let Shelley know I was there. Please come let me in.
Okay. And is that the house phone that's been referred to?
Yes.
Okay. And did she let you in?
Sure.
And then what happened next?
I went in and I visited with my mom. I mean, you want me to go into detail on that?
Well, just briefly. Yeah, what'd you do?
I went in the house. In my mom's bedroom, my mom had a bed that was where she slept in normal times. It was like, a bed with, the poles coming out of the corner, a poster bed that coming out of the corners. And she had a bed like that where she slept, but she didn't sleep there anymore. But it was in the room. It was a hospital bed. So when you walked in the room, her bed was to the right. Against the wall to the left was a hospital bed, like a single bed, but a hospital bed, and a TV. And then there was a recliner where whoever was helping her would usually sit. So I went in and I sat down on my mom's hospital bed. And I just talked to her for a minute. My mom was awake, and I held her hand. And
what kind of condition was she in?
Her condition was not good at any time, but given her overall condition, she seemed to be doing pretty well. I mean, she wasn't agitated like I thought she would be, or like I was worried she would be, or like Barbara had described her at that point. So she wasn't agitated, and I just talked to her. Anytime we talked to my mom, we always tried to be real positive and upbeat, and I just talked to her. I just talked to her, made sure she was okay.
Did you stay seated on the side of her hospital-style bed, or did you move around?
I mean, I stayed there for a few minutes. I stayed there and I talked to her more than just a few seconds, right. And then, but I didn't stay there. She did look tired. So I got up and I went and I think I sat on my mom's bed for a minute to start with, and then I laid down on my mom's bed, which is, that's what I normally did when I went in there. There wasn't like a lot of chairs to sit in, and I just laid back on the bed.
Now, when
talked to Shelly and we watched TV.
Now, when you're talking about your mom's bed, are you referring to her regular bed?
That's right. Not her hospital bed, not the bed she was in, but her bed, the one I was talking about with like posts.
Right. Let me skip something. Was Maggie planning to go over to your mother's with you that night?
No, she wasn't planning to go with me that night.
Okay.
No, in fact, Maggie didn't really like to visit my mom. She loved to visit my dad, and she loved to spend time with my dad. And she spent a lot of time with my mom when my mom was healthy. But, by this point, my mom, she was a shell. She was a shell of her old self. And okay. It was kind of sad to go and visit her anytime. I mean, she wasn't healthy, and Maggie didn't like to go and just visit my mom.
When you left Moselle to head to Almeda the evening after you'd gone back to the house at Moselle, what exit did you use of the Moselle property when you're going to Almeda on the evening of June 7th?
I went out the main gates, which would be straight ahead. You've heard of the two gates. There's the shop entrance. There's actually several entrances, but the main ones we used, there was an entrance by the Dove Field, there was an entrance further down by Sawtooth Oaks, but the main ones we used were the shop entrance and what we call the main entrance, where the brick gates were.
Did you go? Why didn't you go by the kennels on your way out?
There wasn't a reason to go by the kennels at that point, and I was going to Almeda, which the main gate would be the gates that were closer.
Did you notify Maggie in some form that you were leaving to go to see your mom?
I tried to call her.
And did she answer?
No.
And what'd you do after that?
I think I tried to call her again.
And did she answer?
No, she didn't answer. And at some point, I texted her after that.
Well, the fact that she didn't answer on 2 times, did that concern you?
At that time,
right,
it didn't concern me at all. Number one, she was with Paw. So, no. I mean, number two, it's not unusual to not be able to get somebody all the time when they're at the house or they're on the property. I mean, you've heard all the testimony about how spotty cell service was. So, no, at the time, it didn't strike me as anything unusual.
Okay. Now, moving back to Almeda, you spent time with your mother, and then you left to head back to Moselle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you drive straight back to Moselle?
I did.
Now, Alec, there's some information from the telemetry data off your Suburban and perhaps some of this OnStar GPS data that indicates that at some point in time in your mother's driveway, you stopped for about a minute. Do you recall seeing that data?
I did.
What were you doing?
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone, as Alex Murdaugh continues on the stand right there. We have a special stream coverage on our YouTube page. Check it out on at Live Now Fox on our special YouTube stream here as the questions will continue for Alex Murdaugh. But we want to continue on with other top stories here of the day, going out live right now to East Palestine, Ohio, and that is where we have the Transportation Secretary Pete Buttiegeg speaking right now. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Very clear about this. FRA and PHMSA are part of the U.S. Department of Transportation. NTSB is not. They're independent for very good reason. We respect their independence, but we also work with them to make sure that we're responding to their findings and that we're supporting their fact-finding work. I was also able to spend time with a number of federal personnel, including EPA, FEMA, and others who have been doing phenomenal work from day one in order to make sure that this community is supported. That includes, again, not just the presence that our department had from the early hours of this situation, but the presence of public health personnel, environmental personnel, and emergency management response personnel. Spent time with not just federal folks, but state leaders, including Ohio Emergency Management, local leaders from the county and from the community, council members, and the mayor. Had a good conversation with the mayor, who is clearly very focused on supporting this community and helping the community move forward, as well as other village staff, including the village manager, waterworks leader, and the fire chief. And I just have to say the resilience, the resolve, and the decency of this community as they have gone through both this disaster's immediate impacts and the swirl of national and international and political attention that's come their way. Their decency and resolve has been inspiring. I also want to make sure to acknowledge something that happened yesterday. A plane crash took the lives of 5 people working for CTEH. That is a firm that is involved in this cleanup. I met with some of their personnel earlier today who are mourning the loss of their friends and colleagues, some of whom were involved in this response as they were on their way to another one. And NTSB is involved in the immediate response to that crash. But my heart goes out to the people who are already in a very stressful situation here and are now having this added pain and facing it in a way that, again, is inspiring and moving. I also spoke today with the chair of the NTSB, Jennifer Hamady. As you know, they have released their initial factual report. Their final work on this will take a while to come out. But having these factual findings is an important step toward being able to move on to the phase of policymaking. And while we will, of course, wait for their analysis and recommendations at the end of the full process to make certain judgments, we will not wait for that process to run its course, to continue doing everything that we can to raise the bar on rail safety and to hold people accountable. And that's the other part of what my visit here is about, to make sure that we can assess how to drive the best safety improvements across our national transportation system. And to any national political figure who has decided to get involved in the plight of East Palestine, I have a simple message, which is I need your help, because if you're serious about this, there is more that we could do to prevent more communities from going through this. We've laid out a set of actions that DOT is taking, some of which were already underway, others which we're adding to the agenda. A set of things that the railroad industry needs to do, including better informing communities when hazmat is coming to them, something I've talked to the governor about and strongly agree with him on, and including steps to take care of their workers and their system. and things that we need Congress in order to work on. And again, anyone in Congress who cares about these issues, they are welcome to come to the table and work with us to get things done. So anybody who is interested in that, I'm going to hold them to that. But we're also holding ourselves to the highest standard in terms of the work that we're doing and the work that we're going to continue to do to both respond to this incident and to make sure that we make rail safer for everyone who lives in a community that is close to rail lines and anybody who is involved in freight rail at all. With that, happy to take a few questions.
There's a lot of trauma in this community, a lot of emotion, and as you noted, a lot of politics too. Now that you've seen the wreckage and spoken to the people, was it a mistake not to come here sooner?
You know, what I tried to do was balance two things. My desire to be involved and engaged and on the ground, which is how I am generally wired to act, and my desire to follow the norm of transportation secretaries, allowing NTSB to really lead the initial stages of the public-facing work. I'll do some thinking about whether I got that balance right, but I think the most important thing is, first of all, making sure that the residents here have what they need. Something that from our piece of the puzzle, DOT, we were working on from day one, and making sure we do something for the future. We can talk about process, and that's perfectly fair, but I don't want people pointing to process as a way to get away from the fundamental questions of rail safety, regulation, and accountability, and whether we're going to make it tougher or whether we're going to allow it to continue being watered down.
Hey, on that regulations on trains.
Sorry, I just wanted to.
Now that you have been here on the ground, have you had an opportunity to speak to residents here since you've been on the ground? And just to follow up, since you have had some time to now think about it, in retrospect, should you have come a little sooner?
So again, in terms of the timing of the visit, I'm trying to strike the right balance, allowing NTSB to play its role, but making sure we're here in that. But in terms of the residents, which is what this is really about, the really striking thing to me is how they're here for each other. Now, this is not a community with infinite resources. Speaking with the mayor, hearing about what he has been through, and remembering the experience of being a mayor, I am really impressed with how they've been able to support one another. And they're not here for the politics. They're here to make sure this community can move forward.
But other than the mayor, sir, have you spoken to any other residents?
Yeah, spoke with community, two members of the council, spoke with a lot of community residents who were involved in their capacities responding to this, and all of them, I just really admire their decency as well as their resolve.
What are you telling these residents who are concerned about their livelihood?
Well, first of all, I want them to know they're not alone. That before, during, and after the national attention, they're going to have support. They're going to have support from us when it comes to holding Norfolk Southern accountable. They're going to have support from the EPA when it comes to making sure they get accurate information about the safety of their air, water, and soil. And I think they can have support, they ought to have support from a whole country that has seen what they've been through, above and beyond the realities. The point is to make sure that they're taken care of for the long run.
Would you tighten regulations so that trains which are carrying chemicals like vinyl chloride will have to be registered as high hazard flammable trains?
I think that is something that that we need to look at. Look, let me be clear about one thing though. These trains were regulated as hazardous material, but they were not in that higher category called high hazard flammable train. That's a category that was created mainly with crude oil in mind, and it was largely a response to the derailment that killed 47 people in Canada in the early part of the last decade. I understand why there's something particularly dangerous about certain kinds of flammable liquid like crude oil, but I think just at a common sense level, you ask yourself, if there's a category called high hazard flammable train, and this train that led to that toxic cloud and that consequence for this community wasn't in it, what's going on there? And so it's one of many things that we're looking at with the authorities we have, but also want to work with Congress on. And also, you know, that 2015 rule that's getting a lot of attention around ECP brakes wouldn't have applied to a non-high hazard flammable train. But I think we got to ask, what other trains should that have applied to in the first place? And can Congress untie our hands a little bit in terms of the hoops we've got to go through to try to raise the bar on those braking rules, because Congress pushed it in the opposite direction, just like the tank cars. I mean, when you see the twisted metal there, you realize the difference between a fortified tank car and some of the tank cars that don't have that level of fortification. The target date for getting that done, changing some of the tank cars, was 2025. It got pushed out, watered down to 2029. Again, I am being careful not to weigh in on what tank car fortifications might have made a difference here, because NTSB is doing that work. But I'm just saying, in general, hazardous materials could be going through communities in stronger tank cars. Let's speed that up. So I'm calling on the railroads not to wait on us making them, and the companies that they work with to require that. But also Congress could help push that date back up.
A week and a half before you sent your first tweet expressing concern for the residents of East Palestine, a week and a half after the accident happened, in hindsight, was that waiting too long to express anything hours after you had addressed the makeup of work crews on highway construction projects just that very day?
The answer to your question is yes. I felt strongly about this and could have expressed that sooner. Again, I was taking pains to respect the role that I have and the role that I don't have, but that should not have stopped me from weighing in about how I felt about what was happening to this community.
Do you still believe that this is one of just...
Sorry, it's really hard to hear.
The third hot bearing detector was at 253 degrees before critical failure was alerted. Did the crew do what they were supposed to do? Was the equipment that was used by Norfolk Southern the right equipment for the job? And, I mean, more importantly, could this have been prevented?
Right. So part of that I really have to let NTSB speak to. And by the way, I think they have an availability at 1 o'clock where they'll go into more detail. But what I will say is those hot box detectors represent an example of a piece of safety equipment that right now is not required by regulation. And so there are differences from railroad to railroad, from company to company, in terms of how they're used. I think that's another example of something that needs to be looked at to try to prevent things like this from happening again.
You mentioned common sense steps the other day.
Yeah.
This morning I heard you talking with the officials down at the train derailment site, and they mentioned that the placards that said high hazardous materials were plastic and burned right away. For future responses to things like this and first responders acting quickly, they don't know what's in those train cars. You mentioned common sense earlier. What moves forward, and what did you learn that you could implement going forward?
That's right. That's one of the reasons I'm glad I was able to see this site directly. The moment you see the twisted metal of those tank cars, you understand how a placard indicating the hazardous material on board will not survive for more than a second in the kind of heat that this site created. It's one of the reasons why we called for railroad companies to proactively share more information on the hazardous materials on their trains moving through communities. That goes through a piece called Ask Rail. I think we need to raise the bar on what's expected and on what's required. But I think the railroad industry should be doing more out of the gate. Let me mention one other thing. We fund first responders. Matter of fact, through some of our programming, about 4,000 first responders in Ohio alone have been through the training on hazardous material. I think another thing we can do is continue to increase access so that we know they have access to that Ask Rail app and the funding they need and the training they need, as well as pushing the railroad companies to use it and proactively feed their information out there.
What federal resources can the residents of East Palestine in this area of Ohio expect going forward? I know it's not necessarily this but have federal resources being met?
So first of all, my colleague Michael Regan has made it very clear that Norfolk Southern will pay for this remediation. And the federal administration will be here to hold them accountable for that and make sure that they are making this community whole. Other federal resources include the presence of emergency management personnel, public health personnel. Let me mention one other thing that I saw state public health personnel doing in concert with the county and local leaders, which is making sure that they address the mental as well as the physical health effects of this. Because obviously you've got a community that has been through something that even as the air clears, even if the soil and water and air are continuing to be tested and shown to be clean, that's still going to affect their health. in a different way. And I applaud everybody who is paying attention to that side. Sorry, there's a follow-up I just want to...
When it comes to having Norfolk Southern be responsible for the mitigation, what are the challenges? Obviously you mentioned there's the immediate help that is needed.
Yeah.
But as problems reveal themselves throughout the years, throughout the decades of this contamination, how do you make sure that you actually do keep them accountable?
Well, that's just why we need to, that's a great example of why we need to make sure we have the hand when it comes to dealing with these railroad companies. And to me, it's both specific to this location, which is that as long as Norfolk Southern is running trains on this track, and as long as anybody is feeling the impacts of this disaster, Norfolk Southern has to be there. Not just this year, not just when all the press are here, but every single day. But also, Norfolk Southern and the other freight rail companies need to stop fighting us every time we try to do a regulation in order to hold them accountable and their other railroad companies accountable for their safety record. And what we've seen is industry goes to Washington and they get their way. They got their way on the ECP rule. They got their way on a Christmas tree of regulatory changes that the last administration made on its way out the door in December of 2020. I think they're getting their way on the fines being too low. I'm sorry, but if the biggest fine we can charge on a violation is $250,000 or less, and that's an egregious hazmat violation to get somebody killed, that is not enough for a multi-billion-dollar company.
So what do you do about all that, sir?
Well, we're acting on it with the authorities we have and calling on members of Congress to act on it with the authorities they have, and the railroads not to wait on us to require them to do the right thing on their own. Well, I will say this, if you talk to the unions representing workers in the rail industry, number one thing they talk about when I'm with them, before they even get to wages and benefits, is safety. And they have weighed in on safety. Matter of fact, again, if you look at the record and comb through the fine print on the December 2020 rulemaking, under the last administration, there's a whole bunch of comments from labor on why they were concerned from a safety perspective, and then all of the rationale for why their concerns were overruled. We know that, for example, and this is one of the biggest things we're working on, we know that one safety issue is how many people are on a train. This one had 3 people on it, a trainee and 2 others, according to the NTSB report. And that's actually more than you sometimes get on a mile-long train. The railroad companies want to be able to take it down to 1. One thing that workers have told us, unions have told us, and that we feel strongly about, is there needs to be an actual regulation on this. It was in the works. The last administration froze it. From the moment we got here, we've been resuming the work on advancing that regulation because it's an example of something that workers have been asking about that bears on safety. Again, I will stay out of NTSB's business on whether crewing and staffing, how that might have related to this case. Too early for me to go around making judgments on that. But we know that if you got a train that's a mile long and something goes wrong halfway down it and you got 1 guy on there, that's going to be a problem.
Secretary, on the better equipment issue of trust. Yeah. So there's some reporting from ProPublica that Norfolk Southern has a policy that allows them to ignore certain safety alerts from the tracks. Is that standard in the rail industry, and are you concerned about that?
So this is where we've got to make sure that we have enough teeth in our regulations. Some of the things with the hot box detectors are not prescribed in the letter of the law. They're up to the railroad to decide. And I think we need to look at 2 things. One, did the railroad make decisions, the investigation? And then 2, should we lay out a little more clearly what those decisions should be so it's not up to them? And that's the regulatory part.
Sir, Secretary, you've written an entire book about trust. Mistrust has been at the center of this for this community. How can you win that back? And do you think we're too far gone in that sense? Secondly, what are your past perceived political ambitions? How have they played into the Republican response to this disaster?
Look, again, I'm here for the work and not for the politics. You can sense when you talk to local leaders and local residents that they're getting pretty sick of the politics too. And this national ideological layer that's been added into all of this when they're just trying to figure out if they're going to be safe. And there's no question that there have been enormous amounts of both information and misinformation injected into this situation, none of which is to the benefit of the community when it comes to that misinformation. So I lost my train of thought. Well, that's what I had to say about that. I guess one other thing. If the same people who want to come here and play political games are the same people who sided with industry again and again and again and watered down rail regulations again and again and again, I want to see where they've had an actual change of heart or not. And if they had a change of heart, I'll take them at their word and we can get work done.
Yeah. What assurances can you give the people of East Palestine you're going to hold Norfolk Southern's feet to the fire, and then when all the news cameras are gone, all the politicians have left, they will actually be safe, that they'll have their town back the way it was?
That's exactly why we're here. That's why we've been here from the first hours of the incident as an administration. And it's why our interest both in what happened here in East Palestine and in keeping our railroads safe doesn't go away when some other hot news story comes into the headlines. We're going to be here day in, day out, year in, year out, making our railroads safer and making sure Norfolk Southern meets its responsibilities. That is a promise and one I take very, very seriously.
Mr. Secretary, what do you make of the assessment? What's your assessment of the cleanup effort thus far, and also Norfolk Southern's role in it?
So you can see how hard people are working to clean up this site. And again, I met with some of the folks involved in that on everything from the testing to the remediation. And they are doing good work. They need to be supported. If at any moment we see any evidence that Norfolk Southern is backsliding on their commitments, or that anybody is not doing this by the book and then some, we're going to be there with any authorities that we have on the matter, and this whole administration will, because this is too important to let people down.
They blame derail on contaminated.
So I want to make sure, get people who haven't asked before. Sorry.
Secretary.
Yeah.
You mentioned a national political figure who's decided to get involved. It sounds like you're talking about Trump, and you said, I need your help. How can you help?
Well, one thing he could do is express support for reversing the deregulation that happened on his watch. I heard him say he had nothing to do with it, even though it was in his administration. So if he had nothing to do with it, and they did it in his administration against his will, maybe he could come out and say that he supports us moving in a different direction. We're not afraid to own our policies when it comes to raising the bar on regulation. And I've got to think that him indicating that this is something that everybody, no matter how much you disagree on politics and presidential campaigns, can get behind. Higher fines, tougher regulations on safety, Congress untying our hands on braking rules, all the other things that go with that, that'd be a nice thing for him to do.
Secretary, how do you keep the companies from stopping to cut corners when it comes to safety? You know, talking to the unions, one of their biggest issues is just the sheer number of in-person safety workers who get cut.
That's right.
You know, they pointed to how the trains like this, there used to be like numbers of safety workers who would like go through and in-person inspect trains before they. How do you get companies from stopping cutting like large percentages of these safety workers?
Look, the reality is this is their entire business model. In the last few years, they've gone into a business model that is about cutting and cutting and cutting and cutting. And what has happened is it's a concern from a safety perspective. It has not made them more effective in delivering freight. We know that from our supply chain issues that we've seen. It has made them wildly profitable. So profitable that in my view, they could meet a much higher safety standard and still be profitable. And that's what really needs to happen next. So, you know, the reality is, if their business model is telling them to cut, whether it's cutting corners or cutting people, the only real wall we can put up against that is regulation. And I know the word regulation is not popular with some people, but we need enforcement, we need accountability, and that starts with making sure we have enough teeth in our regulations to actually see to it that that happens.
You've been Transportation Secretary for 2 years now. How long can you continue blaming the Trump administration?
Derailment in Jefferson County, the county south of here back in November.
Yeah.
It was only carrying trash when it took Norfolk Southern a month to clean that up. What will you and the department you oversee do to continue to make sure this cleanup is done properly, but in that quicker process here to get everything back to normal?
Yeah, look, I'm here focused on East Palestine, but there have been a number of incidents, derailments, and crashes that need attention, and it gives you, if you look at the statistics, you get a sense of what we're up against, and specifically with Norfolk Southern, they need to lead the way in going above and beyond, especially after what happened here. They should have been doing it anyway, and some of their remediation responsibilities obviously is more on the EPA side, and I'd have to look to them in terms of what they can require. But what we're going to require is that they meet the highest standard on safety.
Just to follow up on that quickly,
yeah.
in any of your briefings today, concern from residents in our community as well as here is where that contaminated soil may be going.
That's right.
Any discussion on exactly where that soil may be going?
Yeah, one of the things that I've seen that the environmental folks on the ground here, both the state and EPA, are very focused on is, not just getting through the next day or 2 days, but what happens as water moves through the soil, what happens as soil moves through the area, and what happens to the soil that's being removed. I don't have all of the details on that, but folks are right to be concerned and interested in that.
What has stopped?
Yeah.
We're talking about regulation, regulatory changes, fine changes. These are things that are political, but take maybe months to take place or to change. In the meantime, these trains are going through other communities in other states all over the country. Right. Is there anything the Department of Transportation, the federal government, can do immediately, urgently, to maybe make things safer?
Yeah, one thing I've ordered FRA to do is stepped up inspection program, what we would call focused inspections on any of the routes that are of particular concern, either because of the nature of the cargo that's traveling there or because of some other community risk. They do a good job to begin with, but what we can do immediately is a level of elevated focused inspection based on what we've learned from this situation. Because you're exactly right. These regulatory processes can take forever. Something that railroad companies have taken advantage of, by the way, sometimes waiting out one administration to see if a more industry-friendly administration will come in and kill them. We're going to work as fast as we can on the regulatory side. We're not waiting for that. We're not waiting for an act of Congress. We're not waiting for a law to change. To do the things that we can do with the powers that we do have.
How many regulations that affect? How many to some of the residents here feel as though they're worried about what happens 5 years from now, 10 years from now? They see folks like you coming down here, giving speeches, but the concern is who will be here to watch out for them in the long term? What would you say to those people?
Well, they're right to be concerned. Look, some of these issues, health issues, environmental issues, they can last for years. They can last for decades. And there's really just two things I can say. First of all, we will never forget the people of East Palestine, and we will support them with everything we've got. But second, the best way to deal with an ecological disaster is to stop it from happening in the first place. And that's a big part of where my department comes in. And we take that very seriously. It's why we've laid out all those sets of things we're doing, things we want Congress to do, things we expect the railroads to do about that.
And Mr. Secretary, rail on contaminated soil. Is there a plan for the soil that's underneath the rail where the trains are running right now?
Probably better to direct you to EPA for the details on that. But what I will say is my understanding is what you have here is what was needed in order to restore the supply chain and get things moving, but is not the long-term solution in terms of that. And obviously the contamination of the soil will be an issue there.
Mr. Secretary, you said there are better cars to transport these hazardous materials, and even talked about some of these being phased out soon. Did Norfolk Southern, did they own these cars? Could they have had better transport vehicles to carry these?
Well, certainly I would urge Norfolk Southern and any other railroad to radically accelerate the adoption of these tank cars. It is a little complex. Often the tank cars are owned not by the railroad but by the chemical company. But the railroad can require that of the chemical company. And we're looking into what we can require of the chemical company sooner, now that Congress kind of watered down the adoption date. So I guess what I'm saying is a both and, right? I think the railroad ought to require this right now, but we're going to make sure we require it on the legal side too.
And do you believe that they used the best equipment that they could have used to haul these chemicals?
I won't weigh in on that until the NTSB has done their work. I think there's more analysis to be done there.
Secretary, can you talk about what stopped the DOT from, in the 2 years that you've been in office, from revisiting the ECP rule, or for that matter, redefining what constitutes a high hazard flammable terrain?
Well, the top priority we've had on the regulatory side has been this staffing rule. We can't do everything all at once and realize that we would have to sequence the kinds of regulatory actions we take. And the one we were hearing the most about, especially from workers in the railroad industry, is this two-person crew rule. The other thing that makes it hard on the ECP rule is that Congress, remember, it didn't just get killed with a clean shot, so to speak. Congress basically moved the goalposts on the benefit cost analysis to make it very difficult to keep this rule on the books. And then the last administration went ahead and took it down. So I am asking my staff to conduct a stepped-up analysis on anything we may have missed, any angle that we weren't looking at, or anything that, for example, in a benefit cost analysis might actually change now that we have the data, some of the data from this incident, that would empower us. But look, the cleaner way to do that would be for Congress to untie our hands, so that we didn't have to go through all those hoops to begin with.
I mean, a lot of people say.
So I want to make sure we get some.
On the train, including a trainee. Isn't there are three crew members on the train, including a trainee? Is there any way that could be safe?
So again, NTSB should speak to some of what happened in particular in terms of the folks on board. But this is why I'm so frustrated that it's taken so much of our energy and political capital just to hold the line on there being two. I mean, the railroad industry wants to be able to have one person on trains that could be a mile long or longer. One. And there was movement to do something about that. Last administration froze it. Before this incident, and now we're still doing it, trying to bring that back.
So how big a problem is this crew staffing?
I think it's a real issue. And again, especially given the overall business model we've seen from the railroads, which is to cut and cut and cut, including cutting safety jobs, cutting maintenance jobs. The jobs on board are a little more tightly regulated. But if they could, I'm worried that they would.
All right, Secretary, jump in. You guys only have about another minute. I want to get to somebody who hasn't asked a question yet. Anyone who has not asked a question. You're in the back of the green, please. So how does this recover and help the federal government or help them do that when no one wants to come here now that there's been an environmental disaster, all of that result of quick funding? Who's going to have to
So this is a community that, first of all, it's a community full of good people who did nothing wrong. No one in this community asked to be in this situation. And they deserve not just the full force of the federal administration and the state government being there for them, not just Norfolk Southern doing the right thing and paying for the cleanup. They deserve a different level of support, a human level of support. The country should be wrapping their arms around the people of East Palestine, not as a political football, not as an ideological flashpoint, not as a gotcha moment, but as thousands of human beings whose lives got upended through no fault of their own. And I think that includes visits, not just big official visits from the government, but just people who've seen the news and whose hearts go out to the community here and can come here on a day like this when the sun is shining or on a rainy day and shop in those shops and visit those businesses. It is safe to visit here, as all of us can attest, even while we're still making sure that it stays safe to live here. And people deserve that.
Mr. Secretary,
Yeah.
Norfolk Southern created a website in the wake of the train derailment. One of the FAQ sections, it asked, should residents be concerned with their long-term health effects? And they said, no, based on the monitoring data, they shouldn't. Do you think this is their way of minimizing liability?
I know they've got a lot of lawyers. I wouldn't speculate on their legal strategy. What I would say is they need to go way, way beyond the legal minimum here. And they need to lead the railroad industry, shifting its posture to stop fighting us tooth and nail every time we try to use the tools that we have to make freight rail safe.
Last question goes to the sir in the police, and that's it.
Secretary, the Department of Transportation is expected to have a ruling in March on LNG transport by rail. Has that decision been made yet? Do you worry that transporting LNG by rail car could lead to an even bigger disaster than this?
So I'm not ready to get ahead of a finalized rule or announcement there. What I will say is that this situation calls on us to re-examine everything that's been underway related to those issues. Now, what we found as we first looked at that LNG rule was that class of rail movement was unlikely, at least in the short term, to happen anyway. Nobody was seeking to use those kinds. We're setting policy for the long run. We got to make sure we get it right. All right. Thanks everybody for being here.
Secretary Pete Buttigieg wrapping up a news conference there in East Palestine, Ohio. And we are getting some new information coming from this crash from the NTSB that I want to bring to your attention right here on Live Now from Fox. As the crew operating a freight train that derailed in East Palestine, Ohio, did not receive a critical warning about an overheated axle until just before dozens of cars went off the tracks. Federal safety investigators said in a report today. An engineer slowed and stopped the train after getting a critical audible alarm message, according to a preliminary report by the National Transportation Safety Board. The crew then saw fire and smoke and alerted dispatch of a possible derailment, the report said. The axle investigators are focused on had been heating up as the train went down the tracks, but did not reach the threshold for stopping the train and inspecting it until just before the derailment, the report said. The train was going about 47 miles per hour at the time, just under the speed limit of 50, according to safety investigators there. So obviously this is continuing to be ongoing right here, and we just heard from the Transportation Secretary talking about support down the line for this community. All right, everyone, we are going to take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we're going to take you out to Orlando, get an update on a tragic shooting that happened yesterday. 3 people killed, suspect arrested. We'll bring it to you coming up here on Live Now from Fox. We are also monitoring the Alex Murdaugh trial. He is on the stand in his own defense there, and we have a special stream going on our YouTube page at Live Now Fox. Go check that out as well. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us here as we bring you always top stories and headlines from across the country. Next, we are going out to Florida. Get an update on the tragic shooting that happened yesterday, killing 3 people, including a TV reporter that was reporting on an earlier shooting in the day when that suspect coming back to the scene and then shooting at the TV crew. The TV reporter killed the photographer is in serious critical condition. So let's get the latest there from Orlando and the sheriff's office right here on Live Now from Fox.
Violence, you know, bullets don't only kill the victims, they rip apart entire families. And that's why it's important for us to come together. So I just want to kind of recap yesterday's events and give you all some updated information on this case. So again, the initial homicide happened at 11 a.m. yesterday on Hialeah Street. The victim is 38-year-old Natasha Augustin, who happened to be in a car with a friend when she was shot by the suspect. Homicide detectives responded to that scene at 11 a.m., collected evidence, talked to witnesses, did interviews. They quickly identified Keith Moses as the suspect in that case. So they had cleared the scene. 5 hours later, right after 4 o'clock, 911 calls started coming in from that earlier homicide scene about the shooting that involved the two Spectrum News 13 journalists, reporter Dylan Lyons and videographer Jesse Walden. They were both transported to the hospital, and as you know, Dylan Lyons succumbed to his injuries. Jesse Walden remains in the hospital, but he is talking to our detectives and providing information. At the same time as that call, we received another 911 call about 2 more people shot on Harrington Street. The suspect had gone to a house on Harrington Street, entered the home for unknown reasons, and shot a mother and her 9-year-old daughter. So we are not naming the women at this time. They were transported to the hospital where, unfortunately and tragically, 9-year-old Tiana Major died from her injuries. Very quickly after the shooting, our deputies had received the information from witnesses about what the suspect was wearing. We located Mr. Moses and challenged him. He was uncooperative, but the deputies were able to secure him at the scene. We recovered a Glock 40, a semi-automatic handgun from inside of his pants. That gun was still hot to the touch, meaning it had just been fired, and there were no more rounds left in the weapon. So numerous witnesses were located, interviewed. Several of them positively identified Keith Moses as the shooter in those cases. We also have video evidence of him at the scene at the time of the shootings. So Moses was taken to the hospital claiming that he was injured and could not breathe. Once at the hospital, he did fight with hospital staff, and our deputies had to restrain him once again. We transported him to the Orange County Sheriff's Office to try and conduct an interview. Moses pretended to be asleep and did not speak with our detectives, but at one point he began physically resisting our detectives and again had to be subdued there at the Sheriff's Office. So he is currently in Orange County Jail. He's charged with first-degree murder of Miss Augustine. And so there are additional charges to file. I am 100% confident that we will charge him with homicide in the killing of Dylan Lyons and also of the 9-year-old girl, Tiana Major, and numerous other charges. We're not looking for anyone else. He's our guy. He's the suspect. Obviously, we're still going to do ballistics testing on the firearm, but our detectives believe that was the firearm used in this case. So again, he does have a criminal history. Many of the arrests stemming from when he was a juvenile, including possession of firearm by a minor and robbery with a deadly weapon. I also want to acknowledge the brave WFTV news crew who was there, witnessed the shooting, and then rendered aid to the journalists until our deputies arrived. And again, I just want to offer my condolences to the victims, the families, our media partners who we work so closely with. And we also will be releasing body cam footage of the arrest and takedown later today. And I'll come back up for questions when needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. At this time, we will have State Attorney Monique Worrell. She will come at this time.
Thank you, Bishop McCray. Good afternoon, everyone. I stand with the community in deep sorrow in this unimaginable tragedy. Another senseless act of gun violence that has plagued our community. Gun violence is a national problem. It is not unique to the Central Florida area, but unfortunately, we have seen our share of gun violence here in this community. I want to extend my deepest sympathies and sincere condolences to the families of the individuals who lost their lives yesterday as a result of this senseless tragedy. Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims' families and the surviving victims as we work together with the community to get past this horrific event. Since last night, my office has received several inquiries regarding the individual who is charged with these offenses. I want to respond to that now because there has been a lot of conversation about, well, why was he on the street? So I'll start by saying that this individual's only adult offense was a possession of marijuana, 4.6 grams of marijuana, that my office did not charge because when you have a quantity that low, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement does not test the substance, and that means the state attorney's office cannot prove the case. So there was one adult case of 4.6 grams of marijuana that my office determined was not suitable for prosecution based on our inability to prove the nature of the substance. I'll go further to say that Florida law prohibits me from discussing the details of any juvenile disposition. So I am unable to discuss with you or confirm or deny the existence of any juvenile dispositions that happened regarding this individual. But I will say that juvenile dispositions are not qualified as convictions. So when we say an individual has a certain amount of juvenile arrests with no convictions, that statement is out of context because there is nowhere in the state of Florida when a child is arrested that the result of that arrest is a conviction. I also want to say that in this legislative session, I have proposed to our legislature that they change the rules regarding juvenile justice to extend the period of time that children can be held in juvenile programs. Under the current state of the law, jurisdiction is lost to the Department of Juvenile Justice when a child is sentenced. That means the court nor the state attorney's office has a say in what ultimately is the program or the length of time that a child is kept in a program. I have proposed to the legislature that jurisdiction remain with the court and that we extend the time that children can be placed in programs when they commit violent offenses, as well as how long we can have jurisdiction over a child that has committed a violent offense. My office has also last year implemented a gun violence prevention task force where we meet bi-weekly with our law enforcement partners to identify the most violent individuals in our community so that we can work collaboratively to build strong cases against them. On March 20th, my office will be hosting a gun violence prevention summit in conjunction with our law enforcement and community partners to address this very issue. Finally, I want to say that by the time this situation reaches the state attorney's office, it is too late. The state attorney's office can only respond to hold violent offenders accountable, which we do. But as a community, we must stand and work together to prevent these horrific occurrences from taking place in advance. Again, my condolences to the Central Florida community at large and to the friends, family, and loved ones of the individuals who are directly impacted by this terrible tragedy. Thank you, Bishop.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to prepare ourselves for our questions. I'm going to ask if our sheriff and our mayor would like to come back up, and we're going to give open room for media to ask questions to our sheriff, our mayor, also a state attorney. If you would like to come back up as well, you're welcome to join as well with us.
Dave McDaniel, West TV. Sheriff, if I could ask you a question really quickly. We're hearing from a lot of folks who live in the Pine Hills community, and unfortunately a lot of what we see, over the years, over the decades, have occurred in this community. Are they safe, and what is their role in making sure their community is safe?
So Orange County is a safe community. We have a very small percentage of people who are committing violence in our community. This happened to be a random act of violence that we're still trying to figure out why this happened and why these folks were targeted. So what I say to all our community members is there cannot be a law enforcement officer on every single street, on every single corner. That's where we heavily rely on our community to notify us anytime they see suspicious activity. And the Pine Hills community does a great job of that. Many of the cases that we arrest for came directly from citizens of that community who are fed up with the very small percentage of people who are terrorizing that community and committing crimes in that community.
Sheriff, Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News. What can you tell us at this point about the gun? How did Moses get it?
All right, so we're still trying to track down how he obtained the firearm. So we don't know at this point where he got that firearm from.
Question here. Hi, I'm Abigail Geiger with the New York Times. We're wondering about the connection between the suspect and the victims. Do you have any more information?
So in the first homicide, the suspect was picked up by his cousin who was driving the vehicle, and the victim in that vehicle was related, friends, acquaintances with the cousin. So we're not sure if there was a direct relation to that victim by the suspect, but he knew the cousin who was driving the vehicle and ultimately gave us information on that homicide.
Good morning, Emilio Ramos with Telemundo. It's kind of a two-part question. This was only like a 40-minute meeting after what happened yesterday, sadly. And so first, are the faith leaders satisfied with the conversation? And what specifically did on the mayor's side of the meeting? What did they put on the table that is going to be action taking right away? Because yes, that task force was created back in 2020. Was it successful? What's going to be changed specifically, the points that are going to be addressed?
From the standpoint of the faith leaders, I would say that we are satisfied that we are starting a conversation again. And today is our first step. It's definitely not our last step.
Just to follow up regarding the Citizen Safety Task Force, we reported out several times over the couple of years since it was constituted. The most recent report was provided to the Board of County Commission in December of 2022, so just a couple of months ago. The implementation of the recommendations in some regard required the allocation of funding. We have been very proactive. The dollars have been put in place to work with community-based organizations, and there were certain metrics associated with those agreements, and so it's a work in progress, in other words. But this gives us the opportunity to do some follow-up, to go back and make certain that those recommendations that were made by our citizens are still relevant today. And again, if there's any opportunity to amend, to bring additional resources to address the current state of affairs within our community, we're willing to do that. So, work in progress. Thank you.
Jeff Beal with WFTV had a question for the sheriff. We were hearing that perhaps this gentleman, the suspect in the case, was involved in gangs. Can you clarify what, if any, knowledge you have about his gang activity? And then we also know that gangs have been a problem in recent years, that the mayor kind of mentioned earlier. Can you tell us what you guys are doing to get a handle on the gang problem and what else you think needs to be done?
He is a known gang member. This was not gang related. I will tell you that our gang unit, our tactical units, our community-oriented policing units work very, very hard to combat some of the gang violence that we have in our community. We have taken literally thousands of guns off the streets of Orange County. We've made hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of arrests of gang members with guns committing crimes in our community.
Yeah, this is Melissa Thomas with Florida National News. My question is in regards to the Citizens Review. I know you're saying it's a work in progress. Are there some common pain points that you've noticed from 2020 leading up to the conversation that you guys have had today?
The task force. What was the second part of the question? I'm sorry.
Have you noticed some common pain points between the information you gathered from 2020 and what you've heard during the conversation today?
One of the key areas that was discussed was having authentic, credible messengers involved in the process of intervening early and providing mentorship to youth. That program is in place. We have trained some community advocates and community-based organizations in that methodology. And so, again, they are collecting data that will ultimately be made available. In terms of crime, ultimately the goal of the Citizen Safety Task Force was to get us to the point where we would see a reduction in violent crime and overall crime within our community. And I would leave it up to the sheriff to talk about 2022, 2021 in terms of any crime data and how that relates in terms of violent crime. I'll leave it up to them to address those issues.
Yeah, so as far as crime in Orange County, last year we did see an increase, but that was the numbers are kind of faulty because they were compared to the COVID year.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. When we come back, we are going to take you out live back out to South Carolina, where the Alex Murdaugh trial continues. Alex Murdaugh will be back on the stand in his own defense. We'll have it for you on the other side of the break right here on Live Now from Fox.
Probably both. Except for so much blood. But
There, turns out there was a drop of blood on the steering wheel of the Suburban. Do you know how that got there?
I mean, if it was fresh, I put it there. If it was not fresh, I mean, Maggie drove my car all the time, but I assume it got there from me touching Maggie and then touching the steering wheel that night.
And then I think maybe there's possibly blood on this gun, maybe not. I mean, do you know if you got transferred blood on anything else that night?
If Maggie's blood's on that gun, then I put it there. I mean, Maggie didn't really fool with guns other than to put them up.
There's did you submit to a GSR examination that night?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, and that Brian Varnado testified about.
Where your hands were swabbed?
That's right.
And then your clothes were collected by, I don't know if it's Agent Owen or someone else?
That's correct.
And turns out there's some GSR on your shirt and on your shorts. And did you handle this gun? This is
yes.
This is item 22 that.
Yes, I basically had that gun with me until I put it up against my car. When the police officer, I think it was Mr. Green, got there, I put it against my car.
And I think Nolan had testified that this is, one of the shotguns Paul liked to use.
It is.
Was he meticulous about cleaning his guns?
Paw?
Yeah.
No. Now, when he cleaned it, he was meticulous about it, but it was far and few between when he actually cleaned them.
Your shirt went through testing and analysis, and you were part of this case, provided results of that, were you not?
Yes, sir. I mean, I wasn't providing at the time. I've seen them.
Right.
Seen all these records.
Just let me ask you, did you get on your shirt high velocity blood spatter from being within a distance of a shooting Maggie or Paul?
There's no way that I had high velocity blood spatter on me.
Had you seen reports that said that at one point in time?
I have seen reports that said that.
Just to be clear, were you anywhere in the vicinity when Paul and Maggie were shot?
I was nowhere near Paul and Maggie when they got shot.
After SLED collected your clothing that night at the main residence at Moselle, you remember changing in? You remember what you changed into?
Do I remember?
Yeah.
I know I changed clothes, and I've learned since then what I had on, but I don't.
You don't remember? Okay.
I don't remember that at all. But I understand I had on athletic shorts and a T-shirt.
Sure. And other people have talked about this. I'm not going to repeat it, but where did you spend the night, or where did you go to after leaving Moselle when you left for the evening?
We went to Alameda too. We went to my mom and dad's house, and we stayed there.
And who went with you?
I believe that Bus and Brooklyn and I rode together. John Marvin might have been with us. I know John Marvin stayed at Alameda with us. I just don't know if he rode in the same car we rode in. But I know I rode with Buster in Brooklyn. I know that for a fact.
And the next morning, What'd you do? And we're talking about daylight hours on June the 8th. What did you do?
And we basically got up and came back to Moselle.
Do you remember roughly what time you got to Moselle?
I don't remember. No, I don't remember what time. There's things I remember about that morning, but I don't remember exactly what time we left.
And Alec, we'll get to this in more detail, but during that period of time, is it hard to remember times, what time things started and stopped, and how long things took?
I mean, it's definitely hard to remember. Now, looking at these timelines and all these records, I mean, it sure helps, but to just do it off the top of my head is very difficult.
Okay, and we'll get to more of that. When you went back to Moselle on the morning of June the 8th, did you do you know whether you took a shower there, or took a shower at Alameda, or took a shower at all?
Now, I know we took a shower at Moselle. I did not take a shower before I left Alameda. We basically got up and went to Moselle. Maggie's mom and dad.
They were there?
Well, they were coming. Tell them, see them. We got up. We got up from Alameda and we left and we went to Moselle.
And do you know? Do you even recall SLED coming in and searching the house for anything on the 8th?
I knew that. I knew they were doing it. Yeah. I knew they were doing it. But I don't remember. I wasn't out in that gun room and I'll see all that video and all that. But I knew SLED was coming in there. I mean, we made the house available for them to come in there. So I mean, I can't tell you details, but yeah, I remember it.
Did you at one point just tell SLED they had carte blanche to search anywhere, anytime?
I told SLED they could do anything, anywhere, anytime that they wanted to. Anything to do with me, my property, my cars. Even though I didn't own the cars, I would get my law firm owned the cars. I would have the people. They had full, whatever they wanted, they were welcome to.
And did you have any discussions with David Owen or anybody at SLED about consenting to General Motors to get that off the car?
Every time that I talked to David Owens, I would ask him about getting OnStar data and GPS data from phones.
And why was it important to you to get OnStar data and GPS data from the phone?
To confirm where I was saying I went, what I did, GPS. You know, at that point in time, I knew that Maggie's phone had been taken, and I knew that my Suburban and my phone and Maggie's phone never crossed paths, and that was extremely important to me. And I asked him about it every single time we talked, every single time.
And speaking of Maggie's phone, did you know her password to her phone?
Yes, I knew her password.
Did you know her password to her computer?
Yes.
Did she know your password?
Yes.
Okay. And when Maggie's phone was located on the side of the road, did you provide SLED the password to her phone?
I did. I think I actually provided it to John Marvin, who provided it to SLED, but I'm the one who gave it to him.
Right. And your knowledge that Maggie's have these location services on her phone, she used them frequently?
all the time. One of Maggie's things that she liked to do was there's that app called Find My Friends that you can see what other people are doing and they can see what you're doing. Maggie loved me, Bus, Pawpaw, Brooklyn, Grandma, Papa T, Marion, the three girls, Lizzie, and there were a few others, but the people that were closest to her, she had them all in her phone, and she loved to look at that phone and see where people are, and she'd love to surprise you. Like, let's say you're at Walmart, she looks on there, and she'd love to text you, get me a TV from Walmart or something, you know, like, she followed you and see where you were. She used it all the time. And so, you know, I just knew that there would be GPS data on Maggie's phone.
Alec, when you're being interviewed on the night of June 7th and again on June the 10th, what was your understanding as to why they were interviewing you? Why were you being interviewed?
On June the 7th and June the 10th?
Yes, sir.
What's the question again?
What is his understanding of why SLED was interviewing him on the night of June the 7th and again on June the 10th?
And the basis for the objection?
401 and 402, Your Honor.
What do you mean?
Relevance, Your Honor. His understanding is not important. What he said is important, Your Honor.
Response.
Well, I can. It goes to his, you know, his follow. It goes to his state of mind. I mean, that's what it goes to.
Objection sustained.
Did why was it important to you to be able to get data from the Suburban, data from your phone, and data from Maggie's phone?
I knew at that point in time, I knew since I was the person who found Pawpaw and Mags that I was a suspect. I mean, they kept talking about this circle, but I mean, I knew that. It was very important for me to find that, to get that.
And what was your belief as to that information? What would it have done for you?
There's no question in there that it would demonstrate that I couldn't have done this.
And when was the data from General Motors off that Suburban finally obtained?
It was either this past Saturday or the Saturday before that, according to what was said in this courtroom.
During this trial?
Absolutely.
And to your knowledge, was GPS data ever able to be located off Maggie's phone?
No, I mean, not just to my knowledge, it was not able to be gotten. And, you know, the testimony was in here that it couldn't be gotten. It only went back to June the 9th. Everything before that was erased on Maggie's phone.
Now, when starting June the 8th, when that Moselle, did a lot of people come to support you, be with you on June the 8th?
On June the 8th?
Yes,
like
sir.
the next day?
Right.
Yes, sir. A lot of people.
And you mentioned your Maggie's parents and family came as well?
Yes, sir.
From that moment, June 8th, when folks, family came and to Moselle and you met with them, were you left alone by any of your family members the rest of that week?
No, I mean, I was attached to Buster at the hip. But, I mean...
And what
no,
happened on...
I wasn't.
And what happened on June the 10th? Besides being interviewed by SLED?
My dad died. My dad passed.
And where did you stay, and with whom did you stay on the night of June the 8th, the night of June the 9th, the night of June the 10th?
On the night of June, you asked me to start on the 8th?
The 8th, yes, sir.
All right, starting on the 8th, I stayed with Buster every night. I stayed with Buster, and as long as Brooklyn was there, I stayed with Buster in Brooklyn. But we stayed with, I'm pretty sure that's beginning on the 8th. I know the 7th we stayed at Alameda, and I believe on the 8th we started staying at John Marvin and Lizzie's at Greenfield.
And how far is Greenfield from Alameda?
As the crow flies, I mean, it's no distance. It's less than 5 minutes. It's probably a few minutes away.
And who stayed there? Did John Marvin and his wife Liz stay there as well?
Yes, John and Lizzie. All right, John and Lizzie stayed there, and their kids, Bus and Brooklyn and I. I know Bubba and Maymay stayed there. Well, Lizzie's mom and daddy stayed there. And my daddy's best friend and his wife came in there. I believe they came before my daddy passed. I know they came after he passed and stayed there.
And that, how many nights do you recall staying there at Greenfield?
So I stayed at Greenfield. The 7th was a Monday. I stayed Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Greenfield. I know that for a fact.
And the Maggie and Paul's funeral was Saturday? Is that right?
Now, I heard that in this courtroom say it was Saturday, but...
So the memorial services?
Nah, their funeral was on Friday.
Oh, it was on Friday.
I know that for a fact, too.
And then your father's funeral was on Sunday?
My father's funeral was on Sunday. And it was my father's funeral. I forget the term. But Sunday, I mean, that's when we put Papa and Mags. That's when we buried him. We didn't bury him when we had the service on Friday, because I don't think they were done. But that's when we buried them, along with my dad, on Sunday.
And Alec, what did you do with the following week, that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Starting when now?
So the day after your dad's funeral.
All right, Monday. I went to Grandma and Papa T's, Somerville.
At some point Monday.
In the afternoon. You mean what did I do when I got up that morning?
Well, where did you stay?
We stayed at Greenfield Sunday night. So we woke up at Greenfield on Monday.
And so and Sunday night you were with the same family members, your brother and Brooklyn and Buster and.
That's right.
Okay. And Liz.
And Lizzie and Lizzie's mom and dad, and I believe Donnie and Paula were still there, but I can't remember when they left.
And then you went to Somerville with whom?
I believe I went to Somerville by myself, but I know Buster in the car by myself. I can't remember if Buster and I rode together, but I think we might have had separate cars. We probably We probably did ride together that first day. I don't remember, but I know I went to Somerville, and Buster was in Somerville with me, with Grandma and Papa T.
And Somerville is where Maggie's parents live?
That's right. That's Maggie's mom and dad. Maggie's mom is Grandma, and Maggie's dad's Papa T.
And did you stay with them for a few days in Somerville?
I stayed with them longer. In Somerville, yeah, I stayed with them. We stayed in Somerville Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and then we went to Greenville.
Okay. And what was in Greenville?
My niece. That was she was having a baby, and Maggie had just been. She's just been so excited. So she's just so proud of those girls. She was so excited about the baby. And so the baby being born just became such a big deal to me.
So was the baby born?
Yeah.
Okay. And you went up?
Baby born. Beautiful little baby girl. Beautiful little mom.
And then did you go up to the lake after that?
We did. Well, I mean, we stayed. This lake, Kiowee, that y'all heard about, is really close to Greenville. And so when I say we went to Greenville, we really went to Lake Kiowee. But we went up there because, you know, and when she had the baby, I want to say the baby might have gotten born shortly after we got there, like Thursday, but I think it was Saturday before we could go and see them and see my niece and see the baby. So, you know, I mean, that's where we went, was to Lake Kiowee.
All right.
But they live in Greenville.
On the morning of June 16th, I think that was that Wednesday. I think that's a Wednesday. Where'd you wake up?
Somerville.
Did you ever go to Alameda on that day?
On Wednesday?
Yes, sir.
I don't believe so.
Did you go to Alameda at 6:30 in the morning on the?
I know for a fact that I didn't go to Alameda at 6:30 in the morning. I was in Somerville. I didn't go to Alameda at any point early in the morning. I was in Somerville, and I'm not positive about this, but I know those. I know they did I know some of those records they have. It was sometime before I left Somerville.
Okay. Did you ever take during that week? Let's just start with that week following your dad's funeral. Did you ever take a tarp into the house at Alameda? A tarp, a blue tarp.
The week following my dad's funeral?
Yes, sir.
No, I did not.
There's been, I don't know where it is in any of these boxes, but this blue rain jacket. Have you ever seen that before?
Never seen it before, never touched it, and don't know anything about it.
Okay. Did you ever remember taking a tarp at any point in time over the house at Alameda?
No, I don't remember it. I don't remember taking a tarp over there, but you know, I mean, Shelley's got something in her mind about that, and there may have been some point but I certainly don't remember it. And it certainly wasn't any time around my dad's funeral or the weeks following.
Some of you will be seeing a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More Live Now from Fox continues.
Briefly about your recollection of times, and I just want to play Doug from State's Exhibit 517, which is the August 11th interview, starting at 5 minutes and 52 seconds. If you could pull that clip up, and I want you to listen to this.
Okay. Tell me again what it is.
It's August 11th interview, starting at 5 minutes and 52 seconds.
All right.
Can you go to 5 minutes and 52 seconds?
Who was at your house when you left, and what time did you go to the office?
We have been.
Who was at your house when you left, and what time did you go to the office?
We had been to a ball game that weekend. I don't remember exactly what time. It would have been somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30, probably 10 o'clock maybe.